I was the governor of the state from 2018 to 2022. I believe that the 4 years I served was very impactful because we turned around the fortune of the state, particularly the economy of the state. We had challenges before I became the governor in terms of payment of salary and pensions, because we had very huge deduction of 2.4 billion every month from our allocation. But all the same, we stabilized the economy and we're paying full salary and pension for the 4 years. Again, we opened up our economy to the people of the world when we had the Economic and Investment Summit. That created an opportunity for people to know the potentials in our state, particularly in the area of mining. I'm happy to say that as we speak, a number of these investors from all over the world have been doing business with us, particularly on the basis of a PPP arrangement. Apart from Shegulola, there's the Baja mines that is already, refining gold in my state. In addition to that, we did a lot in the area of health. It's on record that we revitalized 332 health centers in our three states, one per ward. We have 332 wards, and we have 332 health centers, because the importance of primary health care is very, very germane. We again try as much as possible to ensure security of life and property by supporting the security agencies for their needs. I don't want to bore you with a lot of details. I think most of these things are already in my CV. But let me say I thank the Almighty God for this opportunity. And I want to thank Mr. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for considering me worthy of being nominated for a minister. And I thank this very important House, the Senate, for the opportunity of this screening today. Thank you and God bless you.
President, sitting as chair, distinguished colleagues, my name is Senator Adenigba Francis Fadansi, OFR. Today, I represent the good people of Osun State. I'm from Osun East. I thank Mr. President for at least counting Osun State worthy of bringing one of us as a ministerial nominee. Before you is His Excellency, the former governor of Osun State, His Excellency Isiaka Oyega Oyetola, who happened to come from my school, University of Lagos. I was a year ahead of him, 77, he's 78. And he's a pioneer, one of the few pioneer students of insurance. When insurance and finance department and MASCOM was 77, insurance 78, they started it. Today, We thank Mr. President for bringing you here for scrutiny. His Excellency Mr. Boyetola is a Democrat. If I could remember with nostalgia, in Unilag in 76, he was among few of us. That was 78 when we left. He was among few of them that led the struggle against the obnoxious education of Colonel Ali policy, which led to Ali must go then. And the education policy changed to favor the student. Again, a strong lawyer, faithful ally of Mr. President, Asiwaju Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, who have been with him for long, like our leader. A financial management and insurance guru of repute, a good manager of men and women and financial resources. Today, he brought all his he had been in business and private life for 30 years. He brought all his private life to the experience he had to bear on Osun politics, which yielded some many financial opportunities and business opportunities. My distinguished colleagues, today I brought the man, at least that has performed to the best of his ability and our own admiration, for you to please kindly at the end of the day approve his nomination for Mr. President to swear in. I so submit to my fellow colleagues. Thank you very much.
Okay, leader.
Mr. President of the Senate, very distinguished colleagues, my name is Senator Olalere Oyewumi. I represent the wonderful people of Osun West Central District. Mr. Nominee, I want to thank my senior brother that spoke before me to congratulate you on being found worthy to be nominated by the President of Osun State as a Minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, the man standing before us has many accolades. When our brother from Ogun State and the man from Ekiti, particularly Mr. Alake was here, our colleague from Ekiti State described him as a Jiroba, which means the one that sees the king early in the morning. But the man standing before us here today is more than a Jiroba. He's an Abobaji. The one that sleeps with the king and wake up with him before Ajiroba comes in the morning. Because they say blood is thicker than water. Sir, in Osun State, the 3 of 4 representing Osun State in this hallowed chamber have met with the executive governor of Osun State yesterday, Senator Ademola Nuruddin Jackson Adeleke. And I'm speaking on his behalf, that we should give our total support for the nominee standing before you, Mr. Gboyega Oyetola, as the next minister from Osun State. We believe in him. You know, Osun State is a young state that is yearning for development. And we believe they can come from anybody. And it's one of us, one of our leaders. I will believe that if he's here representing us, we have 3 senators here, the governor at home, if all of us work together, Osun State will be better. So I'm speaking on his behalf and on behalf of other 2 senators from Osun State that we have no objection to his nomination. And we believe that he's going to perform. I should submit.
I think this is very good for Nigerian democracy. When you hear the opposing parties speaking on behalf of a nominee from the majority party, and that is why the Senate is totally different. We speak across party lines. We are not interested in party once you come here. Leader, Senator Olarode, and your colleagues from Osun, I'm very delighted to hear what you have just said. He has been your governor, he's one of you, and you have spoken on behalf of your colleagues. Hearing from the horse's mouth, I don't think we have much to discuss with this nominee. If you have anything at all to add, otherwise your people have sanctioned that you should represent them. Your governor, who is from even a different political party, has sent emissaries here. You did not even come alone. You arrived here with the new national secretary of the APC, Senator Ajibola Bashiru, and former senators and House of Rep members, all of them are there in the gallery just to support you. The entire Osun is behind you, from the governor to the smallest person. So please, if you have nothing else to add, just step forward and then pay respect to the Senate and then proceed outside.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have it there, the former governor of Osun State, Gboyega Oyetola, being escorted out of the Senate chambers at this very moment after introducing himself in this screening exercise. Just when we were thinking that the number of nominees sent by President Tinubu was 47, that number has increased to 48 with the replacement of Dr. Mariam Shetty with Dr. Mariga Mahmood and the addition of Mr. Festus Keyamo to that list, bringing the number of ministerial nominees who are to be screened by the Senate to 48, and that has happened earlier this morning. That announcement from the Senate President following the opening of a letter that he was given, a letter from President Bola Tinubu. And we're seeing the next nominee making his way up to the podium. Of course, before that, we heard the former governor of Osun State, Gboyega Oyetola, talking about his background in insurance, 30 years in the private sector, and his time as governor from 2018 to 2022. The ministerial screening of ministerial nominees from President Bola Tinubu is in session right here at the Senate chambers, live on Channels Television, and we will be giving you all the details as they unfold.
even currently, you just left your seat there. So we want to use this opportunity to thank Mr. President for recognizing our colleagues and then finding them worthy to also cross over to the Federal Executive Council to serve the country. You have anything you'd like to add? Otherwise, you greet your colleagues and in line with the act, which I just read out, Cap 208, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria, privileges and enjoyed by members. Cap 208, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria, privileges and enjoyed by members of the Senate and the Legislature. You do the needful.
I can introduce myself now. My name is Senator Ibrahim Gaidam. I was born in Bukarti village, former Gaidam local government, on 15 September 1956. I went to Unusari Primary School for my primary education from 1963 to 1969. I proceeded to Borno Teachers College for my grade 2 certificate. I completed the Teachers College in the year 1979. Thereafter, I was posted as a primary school teacher. I taught for some 2-3 years before proceeding to Ahmadu Bello University for my diploma in accounting certificate. I completed the diploma certificate, the diploma course in 1983. I went back to Borno State and employed as an audit officer with my diploma certificate. I worked there for about 3-4 years. I went back to Ahmadu Bello University to pursue my degree certificate in accounting. I completed in 1990. I then went back to Borno State. I was posted to the governor's office as an accountant before Yobe was created in 1991. We were all deployed to Yobe State. I was an accountant, assistant director finance, principal accountant, up to director finance and supplies in various ministries in Yobe State. I was appointed commissioner and posted to the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Social Development in 1995. In 1996, I was posted to Ministry of Commerce and Industry in the Yobe State. I led my office as Director Finance and Supply. In those days, if you are working as a civil servant or public officer, you will be allowed to go on study leave without pay. So I left my office as Director Finance and Supply and then got appointed Commissioner. After dissolution of the cabinet in 1997, I went back to Ministry of Finance as Deputy Accountant General / Director Final Accounts. I was there then in 1998. I was deployed to Ministry of Health as Director Finance and Supplies. 1999, when the civilian administration came in, I was appointed Permanent Secretary. The position I held up to February 2007 when I retired and joined politics. I ran with my boss, late Senator Momali. I was his running mate. I was his running mate. So we won the election and I was his deputy for about 20 months. Thereafter, my boss died, and I was sworn in as the governor of Yobe State on 27th January 2009. So I completed his tenure. In 2011, I contested and won election, and I became the executive governor of Yobe State. Also in 2015, I contested and won, and became executive governor of Yobe State for a second time. And in 2019, after expiration of my tenure, 2 terms, I contested for senatorial seat in Yobe East. I won. I came to this Hado chamber, and the same thing applied in 2023. And this is why I am now. Thank you.
Thank you. I think at that time, the constitution was not amended. That if an incumbent dies and the deputy takes over, the deputy will only be entitled to 1 tenure. So he enjoyed that privilege of going for a clear 8 years plus the unexpired residue of his late principal. May the soul of his late principal rest in peace. Distinguished Senator, Nigerians know you more. You may step forward and enjoy your privilege. Distinguished colleagues, we have the distinguished Senator Aliu Sabi Abdullahi. I'm sure a lot of you are itching to ask him questions. Distinguished Senator Sabi, you're welcome. If there is anything that has changed in your life between the 9th Senate and the 10th Senate, you may go ahead and let us know. Otherwise, you move forward and take your privilege.
Order. Your Excellency, the President of the Senate, distinguished Senator Godswill Akpabio, the Deputy Senate President, my own brother, a friend, a confidant, distinguished Senator Barrow I. Jibrin, the leader of the Senate, all other principal officers, my very distinguished distinguished senators of the 10th Senate, let me say to all Mr. President, sir, I am indeed very, Mr. President, distinguished senators, I am Aliu Sabi Abdullahi, CON, Baradin Borgu, and it is with so much nostalgia that I stand here before you as a ministerial nominee of President Ahmed Bola Tinubu, GCFR. And of course, standing before you here gives me so much joy, knowing fully well that the 10th Senate has already begun to perform that very great national duty that the Senate has always been known to perform. Mr. President, my CV is before you, but let me say very briefly, I'm a veterinarian by training, and I've had 20 years of public service experience before I voluntarily retired to contest in the 2015 election to be a member of the 8th Senate, during which time I served as the spokesman, and I was re-elected in 2019, during which time in the 9th Senate, I was the Deputy Chief Whip of the Senate. Mr. President, I know for want of time and for the fact that a lot has to happen today, I would definitely want to stop at this level and to say thank you very much for the privilege to be here. And I must give my thanks to President Ahmed Bola Tinubu for finding me worthy of his nomination. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Yeah, distinguished Senator Sabi Abdullahi, you are aware of Order 9, Sub A. Privileges are the rights enjoyed by the Senate collectively and by the members of the Senate individually, conferred by the Legislative Houses Powers and Privileges Act Cap 208, Laws of the Federation 1990, and other statutes, or by practice, precedents, usage, and customs. It's important that the public do know that what we are doing here, when it comes to your case and other cases similar to yours, are enshrined in our laws and laws of the Federation of Nigeria, and also enshrined in our rules. Distinguished Senator, we want to thank Mr. President again for finding us worthy to serve in his cabinet, and we are doing so on your behalf. You may wish to step forward and take a bow. Assalamu alaikum. Yes, Leader of the Senate. Who is the next nominee? Yes, distinguished colleagues, because Senator Hennekin Lukwebri is already here and he enjoys the same privilege as others, we may just give him 1 minute to mention anything that he wishes Nigerians to know, and then after he will take a bow.
Thank you, Your Excellency, the President of the Senate and Chairman of the National Assembly, Your Excellency, the Deputy President of the Senate leadership, distinguished senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Mr. President, may I very humbly crave indulgence to acknowledge my 3 senators from Bayelsa, starting with Senator Dixon, who is representing me from Bayelsa West, Senator Benson Agaraga, and then Senator Benson Comrade. Your Excellency, my CV is already before you, and I don't intend to bore you with the details of what is contained in my CV. I had the rare privilege of becoming Speaker of Bayelsa State House of Assembly. I also had the rare privilege of being here for 8 years. And thereafter, I also had the privilege of being screened by the Senate and confirmed to be a minister between 2015 and 2019. Your Excellency, thank you very much for the opportunity to appear before you. And let me also seize the opportunity to also express my gratitude to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for finding me worthy to be part of the cabinet. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Well, the distinguished Senator Hennekin Lukwebri, you just mentioned you were already a speaker. You mentioned that you were a senator for 8 years, and you are still a senator anyway, but non-serving. You mentioned that you were screened by this hallowed chamber, and you serve as a minister of the Federal Republic. And you also mentioned the fact that you have also been renominated by Mr. President. Again, on behalf of the 10th Senate, we want to thank the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria for finding our colleagues worthy to serve the nation in the Federal Executive Council. You may now take a bow. Leader of the Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, sitting as chair, distinguished colleagues, it's a Friday, and to enable our distinguished colleagues observe the Jumat prayer, may I move that we go on a break and resume our sitting by 2:30 p.m. I so move, Mr. President, Mr. Chair.
The Minority Leader.
The President of the Senate, distinguished colleagues, I stand to second the motion moved by the Leader of the House. As a second. The Leader of the Senate. Yes.
Distinguished colleagues, today is Friday, and most of our colleagues have already stepped out to observe prayers. So a motion has been moved by the Leader of the Senate and seconded by the Minority Leader that we take a short break to enable us to offer prayers to Almighty Allah, and thereafter we resume. Those who are in support of this break say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. So we take a short break. We resume at 2:30 prompt. 2:30 prompt. 2:30 p.m. prompt.
whether I have conducted any research on that. Yes. I've conducted several researches on water harvesting and reuse. One, we look at harvesting water from different sources. We have different sources of water harvesting. One, we harvest water from rainfall. We harvest water from water that comes, the wastewater that comes out of our homes or different sources, and we treat it for reuse. Why are we doing this? Water is life, and water, we don't encourage wastage of water. So what we now do is that the water that, the runoff that comes, that will cause flooding, or that will cause nuisance to the environment, to the society, we put it into use by one, treating it, two, by reusing it. The water that we harvest from rainfall, it is, give it further treatment. It can either be used in that state for different purposes. For example, if you want to use it for irrigation, you can use it direct without treatment. But if you want to use it for, maybe for in case, in drinking or cooking, you treat it further to avert that other bacteria or other viruses that will be find themselves in the water. For example, now, the wastewater that comes out of our toilets or other waste sources, we treat it, we collect it, we treat it, and we now channel it into irrigation or other purposes like washing of roads. If we go to other Western countries, roads are being washed. We use such water for washing of cars and other things that are not to be, maybe for example now, you cannot use such water for drinking. If you want to use it for drinking, that means you have to subject it to further treatment. We have different levels of treatment. We have the primary, the secondary, and the tertiary level of treatment. So for economic purpose, if you want to use reuse water that comes out of your waste sources, you just suggest it to primary treatment. Primary treatment is where you maybe through filtration and a little touch of bacterial removers, then you use it for irrigation, because some of the bacteria that are there that are helpful for our crops. So we suggest it to only primary treatment so that we can reuse it. But for example, now if we want to use this water for drinking or other purposes, you have to suggest it for further treatment. So that is what we have been doing over time. So there are several researches that we have conducted. I think my CVs is there. If you can look at it, you can see some of the researches that we have conducted. Then the second question that talks about my biodata. Yes, I went to primary school in the year 1984. The year 1989 was when I got my first living certificate. And the last listen is the years. Pardon? I started in 1984, 1984, 1985, 1986, 1984, 1985, 1986. Pardon? 1984, 1985, 1986, 1987, 1988, and 1989. That was when I passed out with first school living certificate. Primary school. I'm talking about primary school. Then I further my secondary school in 1990. Yes, secondary school in 1990. 1990, 1991, 92, 93, 94, 95. That is when I got my SSCE. That's when I got my SSCE. Then I graduated in 2004. Yes, what happens that I was actually supposed to pass out in 2003, but there was a prolonged strike. If you can remember, there was a prolonged strike by ASU. Then I did a 5-year program in engineering, which I was supposed to stay there for 5 years. But because of the prolonged strike, I spent 6 years for the program. That is why I graduated in 2004.
Prof, the question was, you were born in 1980, and you had your first school leaving certificate in 1989. That means that you, at the period you should have been in nursery school, at the age of 4 years, you were already in primary one. You were already in primary one. Which state was this? Well, so the nominee was born in 1980, and the nominee graduated with first school leaving certificate in 1989. So the nominee is exceptionally brilliant. The nominee was 3 years old when he started his primary education, and he proceeded to do 6 years. He proceeded to do, the nominee started his primary education at the age of 3 and was able to finish 6 years later in 1989. And it's possible that the nominee was a classmate of Senator Abamoro. So let's hear from Senator Abamoro whether he also started his own primary school at the age of 3.
Sir? And I want to believe that standards that are applied to nominees that appear before this hallowed chamber will also apply to Professor Usev. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, looking at the resume that we have of Professor Usev, I think ordinarily that the discrepancies that you find in the times enumerated here may necessarily have come from typographical errors, which Professor Usev himself, which he can explain. So I want to say at this point, therefore, that records don't lie. Records don't lie. And if you look at what we have here about qualifications and the explanations he has given, I think we must be prepared to give him the benefit of doubt. And so, my distinguished colleagues, I want to say that at this point, that Professor Usev has sufficiently explained himself and the records are there to show. But I have a point that I want to make here, Mr. President. In your answer to the point of order raised by our colleagues earlier, without prejudice to my support for Professor Usev, I want to say that I come from a part of Benue State that is a minority. I want to say, therefore, that while I'm appealing to my colleagues to approve the nomination, to confirm the nomination of Professor Usev, that looking at the configuration of our system and in ruling on the point of order, constitutional point of order that was raised, you indicated that Mr. President is going to bring more names. I want to say, therefore, and place it on record, that in bringing more names, especially from Benue State, that a name that will come should come from the Benue South Senatorial District to complement our effort at creating unity in Nigeria. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for allowing me to make this comment.
Distinguished colleagues, we have a lot of nominees to take today. So we will like Prof, because I mean, as a professor, to go and take a look at his certificates. And you were not his classmate now. So you were not his classmate. Is a Prof should look in case there are typographical errors.
Mr. President, point of order. Mr. President, point of order.
Equip it. So it is not abandoned. It's not abandoned. And this question should not be directed to the nominee. If you permit me, I would want to ask relevant questions.
Yola will give judgment in the Federal High Court in Yola on the same matter. Another one in Port Harcourt will give a different judgment on the same matter. Another one in Warri will give judgment on the same matter. Another one in Kano will give judgment on the same matter. If God gives you the office of the Attorney General of the Federation, how will it bring sanity to bear? Because it tends to make people to lose confidence in the judicial system. That's number one, because I think something should be done where there should be judicial precedence. If there is already a judgment on a particular matter, we don't see how, in fact, in some instances, we have seen where the High Court sets aside Supreme Court decisions. By virtue of their decisions, Supreme Court has decided something on a matter, and then somebody will go to High Court, and High Court will decide something totally different without looking at the precedent already set by the Supreme Court. Don't you think that, how will you, if you have the opportunity, work hard to bring discipline and sanity to bear? That's one question. The other one is, most of the boundary crises you refer to linear problems that were caused by the creation of states. And local governments. Abia too. You have some villages in Akwa Ibom that were cut out of in the local government and placed in Ojus or Carlos in Bende or something in the next local government. So those village sheds are confused whether to attend traditional institution in India. So that kind of boundary situation created from state creation, they exist in various parts of the country. Those things are very difficult unless you revisit the boundaries, the state creation act itself. You understand? So it's not something that one state governor can do. But as an Attorney General, what will be your advice? But you have more problems if we were to take you. We can't finish you in one day. Because, to be very honest, we would like continuous interaction with you, even after the appointment, assuming you become the Attorney General of the Federation, because the issues are legion. Just proceed, answer to just those two issues, where judges of coordinate jurisdictions give divergent put their judgment on the same matter. What will you advise? And then, of course, perennial crisis of boundary disputes caused as a result of state creation and not the fault of the states themselves. What would you do in those two regards? Bearing in mind that some of these states were created in 1967 and they have been existing, and we have had attorney generals. So don't say that state governors should have. It means that they have failed, and this is your turn. What will you do differently?
Thank you, sir. I'll crave your indulgence to start from the second question on the issue of a boundary dispute. I will say that this is not a legal matter. Rather, it is a political matter. I know that a number of factors influence the creation of states, local government, and all that. The chief among them are, one, the willingness of this community to live together, then social
We are here to agitate for our people. Our parents are suffering. The nation is going out that cripple of economy.
We have met this man severally. Mr. Ejua has done everything to boycott us. He has done everything to deprive us of our rights. We want this man to do the needful.
We don't have rules. We don't have anything to say. Our jobs has already been taken away from us. My own personal community has already been lifted by the city caution. So Ayetoro is going in a decision. There's no Bagheera. There's nothing.
The Agri student issued an ultimatum to the government and the Ondo State Oil Producing Areas Development Commission, also SUPADEC, to do the needful.
Do the needful. We give them 2 weeks to do that, and we are giving the Akata General 7 days.
The students threatened to stage more protests across the state until the situation is addressed.
But this foreign shopping, I know is still there. 3 people are involved. 1, the judge, 2, the lawyer, and the litigant. But you discover that most of the cases are political cases. They are political cases. Very few are non-political cases. On the part of the lawyers involved, I know that the long arm of the law, through the Legal Practitioners Disciplinary Committee, the body of benchers will catch up with them if appropriate reports are made or they are brought to the attention of these authorities. For the litigants, well, there's very little we can do, but they can also be sanctioned. I will advise that 1, we make full disclosure when we are approaching the lawyer to file a case. Because the lawyer is not a wizard, he's not a witch. He won't know whether any judgment, any action has been commenced elsewhere. But by and large, I think we need proper reporting system of court judgment, especially where you have Federal High Court. We can, I think that can be sorted out, bringing it to the attention of the judge where it is known. It is not only here. For instance, there was a matter, well, let me avoid, because it's one of the matters that are sub judice. We know that it happens, it's occurring. How do we do it? Everybody has to call him or herself to order. For the lawyers, I have mentioned that the power of discipline of the Legal Practitioners Disciplinary Committee will catch up. The judge can also make recommendation towards the discipline of the judge. They are also of the lawyer. Then for the judge, the NJC will issue its power of discipline. But what we discover is that when this type of case comes up, the man who reported will now come when it is time to hear the matter and say that he's withdrawing his action. And if a man says he's withdrawing his complaint, there is very little remain for anybody to do in the circumstances. So these are my takes on the issue, sir. But for the Attorney General, his interaction with the National Assembly, with the Judiciary is continuous. He has to answer as often as is needed, and on a humorous note, at no charge.
Well, you are used to giving advice without charges. Let me thank the nominee, the Learned Silk, Latif Wagbemi, SAN, for the elucidating answers to most of the questions, and then to also let you know that so many hands are still up waiting for you, but we can't keep you beyond this period now. So our intention will be that we will collect some of the concerns of the distinguished senators, and then the Senate leader will definitely present them to you, so that if God gives you the office of the Attorney General of the Federation, then you will also use those questions as working documents. Thank you for coming. You may now take leave of the Senate.
After an intense session there, Mr. Lateef Fagbemi, SAN, makes his way out of the Senate chambers, bringing a number of nominees who have been screened by the Senate to 26. Remember, President Tinubu had sent a list of 28 names. 26 of those names have been screened, and we're hoping to see who comes in next for the screening process. And remember, if you're just tuning in, earlier we saw the Chief of Staff to President Tinubu make his way into this chamber with an envelope which he handed over to the Senate President. Speculations are that that envelope will be holding the names of more nominees from the President. The screening process is still live here on Channels Television at the Senate chambers of the National Assembly in Abuja.
Next nominee, please. Distinguished colleagues, before us is Professor Ali Pate. Prof, you were long awaited. We've seen your resume, so we'd like you to give us a summarized version of your resume and add anything that you think you would like the Nigerian public and this hallowed chamber to know about you. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Your Excellency, the President of the Senate, Your Excellency, the Deputy Senate President, leadership of the Senate, distinguished senators in these hallowed chambers, if I may call out my own distinguished senators from Bauchi State, my brothers, distinguished Senator Shehu Buba, Senator Abdul Ningi, and Senator Dr. Samaila Kaila, Ketel and Katagum. Good afternoon. It is with all humility that I stand before you this afternoon as a nominee to be minister in the Federal Executive Council. My name is Muhammad Ali Pate, and I was born on September 6th, 1968. I'm very grateful that His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, graciously invited me and nominated me to be considered by this chamber for confirmation. It's a high honor that I'll be forever grateful to him for. I come from the village of Mainari in Misau local government area of Bauchi State. I attended my primary school at the Bakaro Primary School in Bauchi local government. And 73 to 79, I went on to Berea College, Zaria from 1979 to 1984 for my secondary education. In 1984, I went to Ahmadu Bello University to do my advanced levels and then went on to medical school. I graduated from Ahmadu Bello University with my medical doctorate degrees in 1990. After housemanship and National Youth Service, I went back to the Ahmadu Bello University Teaching Hospital as an assistant lecturer. I was very honored to have been recruited to work for the British Medical Research Council laboratories in the Gambia, where I started my international health career in February 1993. So it's 30 years now in international public health career. With the Medical Research Council, we did work on malaria, on malnutrition, on many other childhood diseases in those days. I went on to the United States to specialize in internal medicine and subsequently subspecialized in infectious diseases and was board certified by the American Board of Internal Medicine and Infectious Diseases as a physician who was also licensed in the United States. I studied health systems and pivoted to the World Bank as a development professional in 2000. At the World Bank, as a young professional at the World Bank and public health specialist, I worked in Eastern and Southern Africa on health reforms, HIV/AIDS, several countries in the region. I also worked in the District of Columbia in their own health reforms in the United States, seconded by the World Bank. I moved on to be senior health specialist and human development sector coordinator in the East Asia and Pacific region of the World Bank, where I was responsible for Papua New Guinea, Timor-Leste, Solomon Island, and many Pacific Island countries, based in Sydney, but covering the region. In 2008, I was acting sector manager for health and nutrition and population in the East Asia Pacific when the late President Umar Musa Yar'Adua, God bless his soul, invited me to come home and serve. I did not hesitate to come back and serve. I came on to be the chief executive of the National Primary Healthcare Development Agency. And that was the beginning of a 5-year journey in the federal government. After 3 years, I was asked by His Excellency President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan to serve in his government, which I did. And in the 5 years that I served in government, we contributed, along with several faces that I see here and outside in this country, important things for this country. Polio was a major challenge globally, and Nigeria was at the heart of it. With all of you, with several other state governors, we were able to deal with decisively. We improved immunization. We developed the midwifery service scheme, developed a community health worker program, started to revitalize primary health care. President Jonathan asked me to be his nominee as the Minister of State in the Federal Ministry of Health. And this hallowed chambers confirmed me in July of 2011. I served until 2013 when I completed all that I had promised my president at that time and moved on to teach comparative health systems at the Duke University Global Health Institute in Durham, North Carolina in 2013. I did that for 2 years until I became the Chief Executive Officer of Big Win Philanthropy, which is a UK and US-based philanthropy that was helping leaders in the continent of Africa who were interested in investing in human capital, who were interested in investing for the long-term growth of their countries. Following that kind of work, in July 2019, I was honored that the Harvard University assessed me and endowed a chair, the Julio Frank Chair Professorship in the Practice of Public Health Leadership in Boston, and took the unprecedented step of seconding me to serve as the Global Director for Health, Nutrition, and Population at the World Bank. I was Director of the Global Financing Facility through the period of the initial stages of the COVID-19 pandemic, and we contributed to several countries. Most recently, I was elected member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, and in fact, I was due to start my role as Chief Executive Officer of the Global Alliance for Vaccines Initiative in Geneva, Switzerland, tomorrow, August 3rd. His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, I think has inspired this country. I think there is an opportunity to renew hope, to heal the country, to unite it, and to inspire it. When asked to come and contribute in my own country, I accepted, and I'm very grateful that you are giving me this privilege of standing before you. As a person, I've been married for the last 28 years to a wonderful woman who has been very tolerant of me, and we have 6 children, 4 girls and 2 boys. And the community that I come from has been very gracious in naming me the Chigari of Misau, which is my traditional title in my own village, and the Enya of Ibi in Taraba State, in addition to other community leadership roles that I have had. I've also supported an organization that is a grassroots-based organization in this country for the last 8 years. It's operating in 19 states and the Federal Capital Territory, and it works with frontline community leaders. We've got 70,000 of them that have been trained through this organization that I have been supporting over time. So, Your Excellency, Mr. President, I'm here, humbly standing before you and ready to answer any questions that may be raised by members of this chamber. Thank you very much.
Distinguished Senator Abdul Dingi, on behalf of the good people of Bauchi State.
Mr. President, my name is Abdul Ningi, and I represent Bauchi Central of Bauchi State, and the nominee is my constituent. Mr. President, I have known the nominee all his life. I school in Misau, where he comes from, and his father was actually the reason why I studied in ABU's area. And his uncle, Wakila Audu, is a very close associate of myself. Mr. President, here you have one of our very best, not only in Bauchi State, but in Nigeria. This is standing before you, is a global personality. We used to call him the star of our time. You have listened to him, and you have also perused through some of his resume. And Mr. President, let me, from the onset again, congratulate him and thank in abundance President Bola Tinubu for appointing people like him. Being a global player, he's not taking away from our nation. Rather, he's bringing in, just as he brought in a lot of goodies when he was the Minister of Health. Mr. President, you recall, as soon as the Senate read out the list of ministerial appointees, and if you have been watching the social media and the electronic media, from Arise to TVC to NTA to AIT to channels, every participant that comes before the channel names him as a minister to watch out for. That is because of his pedigree. I have no doubt Professor Pate has come to add value to our nation. Mr. President, even though you say I should speak for Bauchi, I will crave the indulgence of my colleagues, and of course the leave of the Senate President, to allow my 2 colleagues to say a word or two, particularly Dr. Kachala, who happens also to be a medical personnel and also served under the professor. Distinguished senators, here you have a brother, somebody that can be relied upon to deliver democratic dividends, most especially in health. We are backward, but his dream all the time is to see that Nigeria belongs to the Community of Nations that will one day serve all our health requirements here, not to travel outside. I'm sure with Professor Patti given the opportunity in the next 4 years, you begin to see Nigerians look inwards rather than outwards for the health requirement. Gentlemen, Professor Ali Fati for you. Thank you.
Dr. Kachala.
Mr. President, my name is Dr. Samaila Dahua Kaila. Kachallan Katagum is my title. I'm a medical doctor, as my brother said. Actually, I'm a newcomer to the legislature. And when I came, I actually promised myself that I am going to at least stay for 2 or 3 months without saying anything in this chamber, just learning. But of course, until if the president called me to do so. Thank God he didn't. But today I have to break my silence and at least talk about Professor Fati. To be honest, in fact, I am in this chamber thanks to Professor Fati. I was working in Kano when Professor Fati called me and he said he wanted to talk to me. I said, okay. He now advised me to join politics. I was shocked because at that time I actually dreaded politics. But he said, no, join politics and you'll be a good politician. This is about 6 years ago, and a lot has happened. The rest is history. Today, I'm a senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and Professor Fati is here standing to be confirmed by one of his boys. The only thing I can say, I thank God. What my brother Abdul Lingi didn't say about Professor Fati is the fact that he's not only a technocrat, he is a grassroots politician. It is very difficult to have this type of combination. But go to Bauchi State, call 3 politicians, Dr. Fati will be one of them. So he is not only a technocrat, he is a politician. I'm not going to talk about him because his resume is here. It's very, very intimidating, especially for us, the medical doctors. But I will only say, for those of us that are going to work with him, engage with him for the next 4 years, hopefully, this gentleman is very honest, but he is very, 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 let me call it thorough, and I put the word here, very passionate about whatever he is doing. So if you are talking to him, whatever he told you, he meant it. He will not tell you what he doesn't mean. I will also crave the indulgence of my colleagues to ask him as many questions as possible, but on health. I'm not going to open the Commissioner of Health in Bauchi State. And one of the things that I found is the heavy, let me call it, over-dependence on donations and donors in our health systems, especially the immunization side. We heavily depend on donors. You remove World Health Organization, you remove USAID, you remove Dangote and Bill Melinda Gates Foundation, there will be no immunization in Nigeria. This is a fact. If given the opportunity to serve as Minister of Health, what are you going to do to transition Nigeria from a dependent on donor to a more domestic financing of our childhood immunizations? Bearing in mind that health does not even come under exclusive list of our legislation. In fact, it is not even in the concurrent list. I think it came, if I'm not mistaken, it came in the residual. So there will be a lot of conflict in enacting laws that will be universal or at least nationwide when it comes to health. How do you intend to navigate this confusion in order for us to be more dependent, more reliant on our economy, or more reliant on our local resources for vaccines, vaccinization, and even vaccine production? Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
The dismissed Senator Issa Jibril.
Your Excellency, the President of the Senate, my distinguished colleagues, I am Issa Jibril, representing the very good people of Kogi East. First, I want to congratulate the Prof for this nomination, very well deserved. I'm happy that the Prof served under President Yaradua, because the issue that I want to bring up has to do with one of the projects that was initiated by the wife of the president then, but has since remained abandoned. The cancer project along the airport road, Abuja. I know you are very much aware of that project. You know the havoc that cancer has wreaked on so many families in Nigeria, especially within the women fold. Especially among the women fold. Okay? Yeah, among the women fold. So what I'm saying is this. Why has that project been abandoned? That project, so many corporate bodies, including where I was working, as I was an executive director at AfriBank then, and we contributed 2 billion, okay, as part of our corporate social responsibilities to that project. We paid the money, okay, and that project has remained abandoned. I'm also happy that the minister for FCT then, well, just hold it, sir. Just hold it, sir. Hold it, sir. Hold it, sir. Your Excellency, can I continue, please? Hold on, sir. Hold on, sir. Hold on, sir. Yes, I know. The minister for FCT then is seated here. Okay, but what I'm saying is that my organization, my bank, contributed 2 billion to that project. That project has since been abandoned. I don't really know why it has been abandoned. The structures are on the ground. I understand that some of the equipment have been installed, but I want to find out why was the project, abandoned. Okay, that is my question. I'm not saying that he contributed to it, but I feel that that project is a worthwhile project, which was initiated by the wife of our late President Yaradua, a very good innovation, and we know the havoc that I said that cancer has wreaked on so many families in this country. Why has that project been abandoned?
Other words? Please read. Use your mic.
Order 55, the senator should confine himself to the issue relevant for discussion. Mr. President, Professor Ali Pati is not responsible for the building
and equipping of the Cancer Center. It is a non-governmental organization spearheaded by the wife of late President Omar Musa Iradua. And I'm the chairman of the Cancer Center. And the center has been under construction. We have virtually completed the building. We are looking for money to equip it. So it is not abandoned. It's not abandoned. And this question should not be directed to the nominee. If you permit me, I would want to ask relevant questions, particularly on the healthcare delivery in Nigeria. We all know, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, there is
let him rule on your point.
Okay, all right.
The point of order is sustained. Now, let me just say something. If we want to talk about healthcare now, I will also have a lot of questions. For instance, I have, under my tenure as the governor, built the best general hospital in West Africa. It is exceedingly fantastic. And I will expect that if given the opportunity as a minister, Prof, you visit Uyo to take a look at that hospital, and also see how we can turn it into a center where people can stop the capital flights in the health sector by going abroad, because we have the best equipment all over the place. Then I want to point out from your CV, between 2011 and 2013, you served as the Minister of State for Health. Am I right? And you couldn't have served as a Minister of Health for Health unless you were screened by the Senate and confirmed by the Senate. Your second journey is welcome. Answer the only question posed to you, and because your screening still stands, if there's anything you've learned new since you resigned as the Minister of Health, mention it to the Senate, and thereafter you take a bow.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, distinguished senators, for these questions. I think this country is blessed, and its future can be bright. The health of its people is one of the most important things for that future to be realized in terms of where we ought to be and where we are today. Unfortunately, there's a gap, and to bridge that gap requires a consensus among all of us, leadership of the President and the Executive, and also the legislature, as well as the subnational units. Now, the question that Dr. Kaila asked is a very important one. How do we manifest the prioritization of health of our people except through the resources that we allocate to it? Financing is the core of it. There's the governance side, there's the financing side. That's how we communicate whether we prioritize it. God forbid, if something were to happen in this for one of us, myself or anyone else, God forbid it, there are conditions that could happen that before we get to where we can get the help, we will be in very serious conditions. So the prioritization of health in Nigeria has been suboptimal. And I'll explain why that is the case and answer Dr. Kaila's question. The total government expenditure on health is about $12 to $14 per person, with huge variation. Out-of-pocket spending is huge portion of the total health expenditure, about $54 per person. So in Nigeria, much of the spending on health is from families and out of pocket. And government puts $12 to $14 per person, which is roughly if you add it up, about 1% of GDP. How does it compare to other places? Niger, our next door neighbors, have less resources than us, but they allocate more than double what we allocate in terms of their health spending relative to their GDP. That is indication of the prioritization. Same thing with a country like Ghana. Ghana similarly does that. The point that I'm trying to make is that domestic financing represents the prioritization that we give to health, but we are not spending enough, perhaps because the revenue is limited, but even within the limited revenue, there is room to increase the allocation for health, the domestic financing that Dr. Kaila mentioned. Without doing it, inadvertently, we are outsourcing the prioritization of health to external actors. So it's important that we work, not only the federal government, Ministry of Finance, Planning, Health, but also the subnational level and the legislature that appropriates these resources to safeguard the financing of essential things like vaccines. We're having outbreaks of diphtheria, measles, many communicable diseases are entirely preventable, and they can be prevented by simple vaccines that are very cheap, $1 to $2 a dose. It's unfortunate that parts of this country have some of the worst immunization coverages in the world. And immunization is one of the most effective tools of public health. So, Mr. President, I'm pleading that going forward under the renewal agenda of His Excellency, Mr. President, that we prioritize investments in health and investments in the things that can prevent diseases, that can protect our children who are the future of this country. The domestic manufacturing, if I can say, Mr. President. Yes. Yes, yeah, I will. I would say the second point is there's a scope for medical industrialization in this country that we have not attended to. 60 to 70% of our generics, the drugs that we take, are imported from countries that are just like us. There's an economic value chain in that health sector that we have not optimized. Same thing with our devices. Same thing on service delivery. So the health sector is not only a sector that we spend, but there's an economic development agenda that is inherent in health, in addition to the imperative for health security. So putting all those together, the consensus should be to prioritize health and to translate that prioritization in better investments through the budget process. Mr. President, I also have noted the questions on the infrastructure, and I think that's something that we can look at in due course. The question here before me is, how do we prevent doctors moving from Nigeria to other countries? That's a very complicated question. I left this country in 1993. Why did I leave? Has it translated into better value than if I had stayed here? I think we produce health workers, we produce doctors and all kinds of professionals. We need to look at the conditions of service, the circumstances, the compensation, and in a way, re-energize the sector around the mission, because no one joins the health sector who is not committed to serving his or her patients. I think we need to renew that compact within the context of health to make it more conducive to retain the health workers that we produce, to deploy them effectively, to train them where needed, and to give them the tools where they can work with those tools to serve our people. That's going to be very important. And I would say the incessant labor disputes within the health sector that sometimes affect service delivery itself is something that can help, if resolved through building of trust between the government and the various professional groups, to reduce the tendency for folks to travel out of the country to other places. For those who travel, there are opportunities also to come back. I'm hoping, Mr. President, that with this move that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has done of convening Nigerians of all stripes to join the team that he's assembled, that will restore confidence and give hope that even folks that are outside the country will consider coming back to see how they can contribute. I made that choice with my eyes very wide open, but this is our country. So for those who have left, I will say next to service to God is service to country. So if the opportunity comes, even those who have left should find ways to contribute, and this country's health system will get better. On Gavi, how can Nigeria benefit more from Gavi and vaccine production? So Gavi, which is the entity that I would have served from tomorrow, is the largest global fund for health. It has $27 billion in terms of the fund it's raised, but also donations. It's based in Geneva, Switzerland, and over the last few years, it's invested at least $1 billion in Nigeria's health. For much of the vaccines that are provided in Nigeria, it is contributing and subsidizing the cost of the vaccines, just as it has for many other countries in the world, and during COVID supported 142 countries. That is the organization that I would have started as CEO tomorrow. Now, the production of vaccines is something that a country ought to decide. India is the pharmacy capital of the world. It didn't happen by accident. Indian government, Indian entrepreneurs, technology scientists, regulatory scientists came together and made that possible. We have a population of 214 million. If we start on the path of medical industrialization and say simple things like generics, 70% of them are imported, that we want to produce them here. How can we have the policy, regulatory, and financing structure so that we encourage that domestic production? 90% or more of our medical devices are imported. How can we organize our economic sector in health so that we produce it here, we create jobs, we return our foreign? If we start on that path and build our regulatory capacity based on what entities like NAFDAC are doing, it is very possible that we can move fast in the arena of other biologicals. Vaccines are one. There are countries in the continent that are planning to produce vaccines, Rwanda, Senegal. They are producing vaccines. If we don't act, it's to produce to sell to us. And we can go beyond the vaccines that are already in place, the cheaper vaccines, and go towards more advanced vaccines like cancer vaccines. Those are arenas that we can look forward, given the size of our economy, given the resources that God has imbued this country, and the leadership of our president, to see how we can invest on that path so that we will be more secure in the supplies that we get for our health and get the economic dividend from that investment. Mr. President, I will answer the question on cancer a bit from another angle. The infrastructural bit, cancer, we lose about 600,000 people from non-communicable diseases. We talk about infectious diseases, which are vaccine preventable. There are many other diseases that are non-communicable. Cancers are one of them, hypertension, diabetes, stroke, and others. Now, there are vaccines that can prevent some types of cancer. The hepatitis B vaccine. The hepatitis vaccines can prevent cancer. In effect, they prevent an infection that can cause cancer. The human papillomavirus vaccine for adults and girls prevents a viral infection that can lead to cancer, cervical cancer in women. And we have a large burden of cervical cancer, particularly in this country, and our women bear the brunt of it. Dealing with cancer, there's a preventive side, in addition to screening, but also the vaccination. There is a vaccine which is available in most other countries. And thankfully, in the next few months, Nigeria will get ready. We'll have the human papillomavirus vaccine, and Gavi is supporting that in this country. It's my hope that the consensus, including with the legislature, would educate our population to understand the value of preventing a disease before it happens, a disease that is lethal, like cervical cancer, and that once it's available, it's subsidized, that in fact it can be, just like several other vaccines. But in the future, with the technology of vaccine production, the mRNA vaccines, cancer vaccines will become a reality. And I am pleased to say, Mr. President, that we're confident that under the leadership of the President, Nigeria will be a hub for health, not only for our country, but also on the continent. Because what happens here has ramifications. We can supply our neighbors, we can supply rest of the continent as well. So the time is getting there when development, at least in health, we need to own it. We should be responsible for the health of our people. We should invest in that direction, and we should not outsource it, because the more we outsource it to donors from outside with grant financing, they can then influence our priorities. But the more we invest with our domestic resources, then we can control the priorities that fit with our people. And if we stick to the idea that government is about service and the people are the reason why government exists, then prioritizing the health of the population is going to be one of the most important things that we should all be doing. Because as it is, we have one of the lowest life expectancies. We are 2.4% of the world's population, almost a quarter of global maternal mortality, a fifth of child mortality, and the largest number of unimmunized children in the world. This is not a statistic that is hidden, it's out there, and we have what it takes to use what we have and spend it better and make sure that, in fact, we address this most basic thing to prevent diseases that can be prevented and to produce health. And there will be benefit because the trust of the population will be enhanced if the minimum they are able to get something that could help them. The human capital of this country can be preserved because health is not only a byproduct of development, it can be a consequence of development. If you have a healthy population, they will be more productive. And if you are more productive, you can invest more in health. And there's an economic imperative. Of course, there's the political dividend that Mr. President has also alluded to. So I would, Mr. President, stop here and happy to answer any additional question there may be. There's one question. Preparedness. I think it's a very important one.
On the microphone.
The question is on preparedness against outbreaks. And I think it's a very important one. Health security is part of national security. And let me explain. I was leading the World Bank's global practice on health when COVID hit. We saw a small virus came from Wuhan, affected just a tiny fraction of the world's population, an infectious disease, but it grounded the world's economy. Every country was affected, even those who were not infected. So from a health issue, you have an economic catastrophe that many countries are still struggling to recover. We had seen that with Ebola. So there's a direct linkage between health security and economic security and national security. But how do we prepare? And in the era of risks, climate, flooding, displacements, conflicts, migration, how do we prepare? We are not as prepared. And there's a lesson that we should learn from the last couple of years, that when the chips are down, the world will take care of itself, and we have to take care of ourselves. So preparedness includes strengthening our public health institutions, the Centers for Disease Control, other entities in the federal government, our laboratory infrastructure, our frontline health workers to be trained and ready, the trust between us and our people. Because when there's a crisis and you say, put a mask, if they don't believe you, they won't put a mask. You say, take this medicine, they won't believe you. So building that foundation of trust is also important, and that's what we do as part of preparedness. In addition to the more technical aspects of organizing ourselves to know that, are we ready when something starts? Do we have simulations? exercises that we can do to test where are the gaps, what have we learned. Strategic national stockpiles. When I was at the World Bank and pandemic hit, we put $6 billion on the table for countries. Your Excellency, many African countries reached out and said, how can we get test kits? How can we get ventilators? To my shock, the market stopped functioning. Cost of masks escalated. Ventilators were not available. Some big countries restricted access to their ventilators, and the market dysfunctioned. Even though we put money, but the money, we will buy ventilators for a country, and they will say it will be delivered in 6 months, and people were dying. Oxygen was not available. So there are strategic national stockpiles. Countries have them. How good is our strategic national stockpile? How do you construct it? When a disaster happens, it's not when it happens, like Dr. Tedros of WHO says, you don't build a roof when it's raining. You build that roof before it starts to rain. So most countries have those strategic stockpiles. How do we build that as part of our effort to deal with outbreaks? Because pandemics don't occur in isolation. They start from a small outbreak, they expand to an epidemic, and if not controlled, they go to a pandemic. God forbid, if there's an influenza pandemic, fast spreading infectious disease, more lethal than COVID, are we ready? Those are important, very sobering questions that I know countries are asking themselves. And we ought to ask ourselves, and it's not only the executive, but the legislature and also the subnational units. It's also the professional groups, civil society, to ensure that as a country, as a matter of our own security, our own human security, we are prepared. So, Mr. President, I will stop here. Thank you.
Well, they're very distinguished colleagues. I'm sure you enjoyed the lecture. We actually invited him to answer questions, but he ended up lecturing. But Prof, I just want to put on record that I worked with you in my state when I was a governor, and were able to stop the further spread of polio. And my state was among the first states that you declared polio-free in the country. Under my leadership as governor, and under your advice and tutelage, I believe it is the view of the Senate that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu should be commended for going outside the shores of the country to bring back our country's best, to join in the renewed hope for all Nigerians. Is that the view of the Senate? Yeah. That this nominee, who we believe strongly will add value to this country's governance, should take leave of this Senate by taking a bow down? Those in support say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Prof, thank you for coming. Distinguished colleagues, just the last nominee for today, and then we revert to plenary shortly. So be patient with me.
And with that, Professor Ali Pate from Bauchi State makes his way out to the Senate chamber, talking about a very illustrious international public health career as a medical doctor. Of course, a development professional at the World Bank, former chief executive of the NPHCDA. Well, quite a lot has been said here, and like the Senate President said, there was quite a lecture, but a lot of information there on his background in the health sector. That brings the number of nominees who have been screened by the Senate to 27. The initial list of the President had 28, which means that we have one more person from that list who will be coming in, and as you can see her walking into the Senate chambers there, Dr. Doris Uzoka from Imo State, the very last ministerial nominee from the first list of names forwarded by President Bola Tinubu to the Senate for confirmation.
Distinguished colleagues, the nominee before us is Dr. Doris Anita Uzoko from Imo State. Doctor, you're welcome to the hallowed chambers of the Nigerian Senate, and congratulations on your nomination by Mr. President. We have your resume, but if you have any other thing you want to add to the resume, or you want to do a summarized version of your resume for Nigerians to know you, who are not opportune to have this resume in front of them, you can use the next few minutes to do so. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Senate President. Thank you, the Deputy Senate President. Thank you, Senate President. Thank you, Deputy Senate President and principal senators here, as well as the distinguished senators here. Thank you for welcoming me into this hallowed chamber. I'm here as a ministerial nominee representing Imo State, who has been nominated by His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I would like to use some time to introduce myself properly to you. But before I proceed, I would like to first give thanks to Almighty God for bringing me thus far. I would also like to thank my community for their support for training me, and I would like to thank all those who have played a role in mentoring me so far. So I want to thank my governor, Senator Hope Uzodimma. I want to thank Jimovia, chairman of Zenith Bank, and the entire management of Zenith Bank for their mentoring and their tutelage so far. My name is Dr. Doris Uzoka Anite. I would like to repeat my name because I know I've heard so many versions of my name. It's Doris, we spelled with one R, Nkiruka, Uzoka, with a hyphen, Anite. I come from Osuobodo, Uguta local government area of Imo State. I had my early childhood in Osuobodo, Imo State. And then we left to Lagos State where I completed my primary school. I also had my secondary education in Lagos State and finally went to the University of Benin where I obtained my Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery. I'm a medical doctor. Shortly afterwards, after graduation, I served as a houseman in a co-hospital, Lagos State. Then I also did my youth service in Lagos State under redeployment from Ebonyi State. I served in Barowa Primary Health Center in Lagos State, Surulere local government. Afterwards, I did a short medical service at Providence Hospital before pivoting my career into banking. I started and ended my banking career in Zenith Bank. My first appointment in Zenith Bank was to set up the Zenith Philanthropy and External Relations Department. I was a banking assistant banking officer. The responsibilities I held then as an assistant banking officer who was setting up the Zenith Philanthropy Department was to establish my mic is on, but okay. Can you hear me now? It's better? Thank you. I set up the Zenith Philanthropy and External Relations Department as an assistant banking officer. My responsibility was to establish the corporate social responsibility of the bank and to set a course for the bank's philanthropic activities and its corporate social responsibility. Some of those things that we did still stand to record, one of them being the construction or reconstruction of the Ajose Adeogun street, which still stands as one of the best streets and still being used till tomorrow as one of, for the youth parade, Christmas youth parade, as well as the Christmas lighting. And it still stands as an icon till today. Due to my performance in my various responsibilities, I got triple promotions, double promotions. Eventually, I headed the Human Resources Department and the Training Department of Zenith Bank, actually 8 years after I joined the bank. And that was actually a phenomenal success or record. As head of Human Resources, I was responsible for translating the strategic objectives of the bank into execution. And then I was asked to ensure that we quadrupled the profitability of the bank. And then I identified that human resources was the best or the most valuable asset any company could have, or any nation. So using my recruitment skills, because I first headed the recruitment department, we identified and identified very qualified personnel, hired them, trained them, equipped them with the skills they needed, and deployed them to areas where their skills met their competencies. And we can see the growth translate into the profitability of Zenith Bank today. Under my watch, we grew Zenith Bank from 80 branches to 400 branches. And we also quadrupled the performance of the bank in its balance sheet size. Afterwards, I was redeployed to Treasury Department. I started my career in Treasury Department as a bond trader, head of bonds trading. Then I moved on to currency trading. Then afterwards, I became the head trader for the bank. And I set up the Zenith Sales Department, as well as the Financial Institutions Department. Shortly afterwards, I was promoted to become the group head of Treasury. As a group head of Treasury, I was responsible for the balance sheet management of the bank. I was responsible for balance sheet management of the bank across all its subsidiaries, and this also included its foreign currency liability and assets and liability. I also was responsible for the revenue growth of the bank, and under me, we recorded year-on-year growth of over 36%. I was also the chief investment officer of the bank. And most of the investment, you can see some of the activities or my contribution to the growth of the bank. I work with a team of highly qualified individuals, some of whom also benefited from my own direct tutelage and mentorship. While working as a general manager and the group head of Treasury of Zenith Bank, I was identified and spotted by my current governor, who actually reached out to the bank to request for my redeployment to Imo State to work as his commissioner for finance. Following his request, I was redeployed, or rather, I was allowed to go to serve, a service I consider as one of the most important service of my own lifetime, the service to humanity. And when I got to Imo State then was just starting to experience the height of insecurity. It was a very difficult environment, but I sat down with my governor and we determined its economic development plan. And then we sat down, and Imo State, being a transit state, is actually in the center of the southeastern bloc. And we have a lot of traffic going through that state to other states. And so it was very central to the economic activities and the commercial activities of that region. So we identified that construction of road was one of the most important things that we needed to do. And I can tell you, then with very sparse resources, we decided to, we went on to construct to today over 37 roads. And then apart from that, as a coordinating commissioner for the state as well, I undertook a lot of responsibilities, including strategic financial management, where I prioritized economic development, certain activities that was going to turn around the economy of the state. Infrastructural growth and development. I focused on industry and trade. A lot of those things are my accomplishments are in my CV. I'm already getting signals to round up. At this point, I would like to just talk about briefly what I do currently. Though I still am the Commissioner of Finance for Imo State, I've worked in several committees in this present government, starting with the Policy Advisory Council, where we developed and formulated a roadmap for the current administration, to the Presidential Strategy Team, where we came up with strategies to mitigate or to cushion the effect of the first subsidy removal, to the Presidential Food Security Council, where I currently work as the Secretary, developing the food security strategies for the country, as well as the Presidential Economic Team, where we're working currently to solve the FX crisis in the country. That's in summary what I have done. Thank you, distinguished senators.
Thank you. Let me now yield the floor to Senator Asukwa Ekpeyon.
Good evening, Mr. President. Good evening, distinguished colleagues. My name is Senator Asukwa Ekpeyon, Senator representing Cross River South. Dr. Doris is a person that is known to me. She served as Commissioner of Finance for Imo State while I was her counterpart for Cross River State for several years. Beyond that, we served on the Presidential Campaign Council for our party and on the Policy Advisory Council after our president-elect was declared. She's someone who has a lot of resources, deeply intelligent, and extremely hardworking. I know her capacity, and I implore you that she is here to be screened, here to answer your questions, and I'd like to start by asking her a question myself. Dr. Doris, based on your CV, based on the work that I am privy to, that you have been doing on the Policy Advisory Council, I see that if you are cleared here, you may be ending up, or your trajectory is towards trade and investment. I would like to ask questions in that area. Today, one of the issues bedeviling the micro, small, medium enterprise in this country is the lack of adequately priced capital in the sector for them to grow. I'd like to ask, a lack of adequately priced capital. I'd like to ask what your intentions are if you were in such a ministry as trade and investment to stimulate the growth of that sector. Also, there are issues of multiplicity of agencies intervening in that sector. How do you intend to eliminate that duplication and streamline the interventions from agencies such as Smeden, Bank of Industry, Nexim, NEPC, etc.? Thank you very much.
Senator Ndubweze.
Thank you, Mr. President, sitting as chair. Fellow distinguished senators, my name is Engineer Ndubweze Patrick C., representing Imo North from Imo State. Mr. President, the person standing before us, Commissioner for Finance and Coordinating Economy in Imo State, supervising 12 ministries. The person standing before us, coordinating commissioner is enough. So, you can see quite an intellectual. You can see a medical doctor who vied into banking industry. In a short while, she became a general manager and a group treasurer of such a big bank like Zenith Bank. So dedicated that I know that we would like to ask her some questions because she is somebody who is always ready to discharge. But I don't think that we'll even belabor ourselves so much because she is use point of order, because she is somebody without any doubt. We can believe that with her, whether we put her in the Ministry of Finance, she will do well. Whether you put her in the Ministry of Health, she will be wonderful. Whether you put her in the Ministry of Trade and Industry, she will be excellent. I think she's an exceptional nominee, and she will be exceptional minister. In fact, she will be an uncommon minister. So I would suggest that those who are itching to ask questions, just be brief so that she can just... Those who must ask questions, be brief. Let her bow and take a leave. I'm pleading to all of you, my friend. I'm pleading to all of you. You know, when you have the best, you don't need to belabor the best. She's excellent. I thank you all for listening, and maybe allow my colleague from Imo State, Ostis Naso, to add his verse. And I have another brother there, Onyewuchi, but the truth is that we don't need to bother her with questions. She's wonderful.
Well, to be honest, Senator Patrick Ndubweze has taken over the job of the presiding officer. After speaking, he also nominated the next person to speak. So I don't intend to disobey you. Therefore, I concur. The distinguished Senator Izunaso, you have been nominated to speak.
Mr. President, sitting as chair, my distinguished colleagues, my name is Senator Osita Izunaso from Imo West. Mr. Chair, the nominee before us, Dr. Mrs. Doris Uzoka Anietem, is one of our best and brightest in the banking and finance sector, spanning over 2 decades. Mr. President, this multi-talented, cross-functional managerial with heavy managerial ability has a lot of experience in both IT, treasury, human resource management, etc., etc. Mr. President, we can attest to the fact that since she came to Imo State as the Commissioner for Finance and Coordinating Economy, the Imo State IGR have moved from point A to point B, and Imo Lights are very happy with that. Mr. President, I do not think that we are going to overlabor her this afternoon with plenty of questions, because we all know that she's very capable. If you look at her resume, she's extremely capable. And I can look at the time, it's past 5. And yesterday, we had a tradition of allowing the last woman that came yesterday to take a leave. And today, Mr. President,
sitting as chair, I will request my distinguished colleagues that we allow her to take a leave of the Senate. Having worked very hard for this country, having worked very hard in the banking sector, I believe that any ministry she finds herself, she will do a thorough and a very good job. I rest my case, Mr. President.
Thank you. Distinguished Senator Ezenwa.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. My name is Ezenwa Onyewuchi, and I represent Imo East Senatorial District. Mr. President, let me first of all congratulate the nominee before us, Dr. Doris Uzoka, and to say she is a nominee in whom we are well pleased. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, the nominee before us is an astute professional with rich pedigree and impressive resume. This is somebody that started her career as a medical practitioner and moved from there to the banking sector, where she excelled and got to the zenith of her career at the Zenith Bank. The lady before us, in pursuit of her passion, has also come to serve as commissioner for finance and coordinating economy in my home state of Imo State. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I do not have any doubt. I do not have any doubt, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, that the nominee before us will be an asset to this administration. I have no doubt whatsoever, Mr. President, that this nominee will add value. I therefore want my colleagues, and I urge you to give her expeditious confirmation to take up her responsibility in the Federal Executive Council. I so submit, Mr. President.
The distinguished Senator Kinkibe.
Mr. President, my distinguished colleagues, first and foremost, I'd like to congratulate the nominee. And to my colleagues, I want to say it is clear from her CV that we're looking at a very special woman, a woman who is well accomplished, a decision of excellence by His Excellency, the President of Nigeria, for picking people of her caliber who can make a difference to Nigeria. And so I'm trying to tell my colleagues also that there's no need to labor her. I'm sure that if we let her, she will be answering questions for the next 2 hours. But I know that as us senators, we do not want to be here for the next 2 hours. Since it is quite unnecessary, I think we should also let her take a bow and go, as we have done to all the other men and women of caliber that we have seen here in the last couple of days. Thank you.
Distinguished Senator Orwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I join others, just like Senator Kingibe just pointed out. The lady standing before us, Dr. Anete, is from her CV, is an accomplished person.
I have much to say again than to queue behind my brother, distinguished Senator Eshinoku, that I fully support and also appeal to my colleagues to support the nomination of Dr. Maruf Alausa. But the way and manner that he had conducted his practice
he has also made provision to also serve the underserved, that is, people who cannot afford Medicare. And also he's made tremendous contributions in terms of research work and publications that will continue to enrich his profession. And of course, he was also a member of the Presidential Advisory Council, particularly under the health subsector that ushered in part of the plans of the new, of our current administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR. I also will appeal to all my colleagues to fully support his candidature as a minister of the Federal Republic. Mr. President, I so submit. Thank you.
Point of order? Order what?
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Karimi Sunday Steve. I represent Kogi West from Kogi State. Order 55, Rule 13. Senators shall attend the sitting of the Senate properly dressed in non-traditional and formal attire. Senator Wadada. You are not properly dressed. No time. He's not properly dressed.
So, distinguished colleagues, distinguished Senator Karimi, your point of order is sustained. Distinguished Senator Abdul Fattah.
Yes, sir. Mr. President, sitting as the chair, Dr. Maruf, my name is Senator Abdul Fattah Buhari, Oyo North. I was going through your CV and I'm impressed. Today, in the United States of America, where I know you know the place very well, over 35% of the resident doctors there, foreign doctors, are Nigerians, which means we have the manpower, they have the brain. Number one, what are you going to do to stop the brain moving, migrating from Nigeria to America or Europe? Two, the facility in Nigeria today are not there. What are you going to do in case you find yourself in the Ministry of Health to bring our health care, even if you can't match them 100%, but to the level where you have the confidence to see a doctor in Nigeria? More than 80% of my colleagues here, even ordinary headache, they would rather stay home instead of going to the hospital, because the fear is that the equipment are not there. But we know we have the people that are capable to do the job. If you find yourself there, what are the things you can do to retain them? Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Distinguished Senator Sadiq Umar.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sitting as chair, my distinguished colleagues, Mr. Nominee, congratulations, and like it's been said, your work so far is acknowledged and we appreciate it. But I have a concern, which is that I've always insisted, that to develop this country, there are key sectors we need to focus on, which is education and healthcare. They are the key two sectors to develop Nigeria. Now, in the health sector, we are so concerned that the Constitution recognizes health to are falling under concurrent list, which means both at federal, state, and in fact the local government, everybody is intervening in the healthcare sector. this has led to so many duplications, confusions, and so much uncoordinated activities going on in that sector. Now, this National Assembly wanted to help this system to be sure that there is universal health coverage. And we passed a bill where 1% of the CRF is dedicated, just because we want to make sure health gets to the lowest level. But till now, Mr. Nominee, the big problems still remain. And all the grammar we speak about healthcare, the whole thing ends up with the outcomes, what we are interested in. And the outcome, as we speak today, is as bad as maternal mortality rate is still over 814 by 100,000 live births. Infant mortality rate, very bad, 70 for every 1,000 live births. Under 5 mortality rate, very bad, over 100, about 104 by every 1,000 live births. So what are we going to do differently? Because we've been going around this. State governments are making effort, local governments are making effort, but the coordination is not there. What are you going to do differently? Because this is the key to our success. That coordination, to be sure that we bring down these indicators slowly, so that we can have healthy citizens, that if we give good education, we'll be productive and we'll be on our way to developing the society. Thank you.
Distinguished Senator Alero.
Thank you, Mr. President, sitting in the chair, my distinguished colleagues. Mr. Nominee, let me start by saying that I'm very impressed with your CB. I went through it. We are very proud that a Nigerian could attain this kind of achievements. So congratulations. Having said that, Mr. President, let me start with the famous dictum that health is wealth. A healthy nation is also a wealthy nation. Primary health care, secondary health care, tertiary health care are the responsibilities of local government, state government, and federal government, respectively. Unfortunately, the primary health care and secondary health care are not functioning well. And tertiary health care has been overburdened. The heavy congestion of patients in our tertiary healthcare institutions. If eventually you are assigned to Ministry of Health, what can you do to ensure that primary healthcare, secondary healthcare are shared among the different arms of government, so that each section of the healthcare will function efficiently and effectively? Lack of healthcare is making Nigerians to go for medical tourism, particularly in Europe, Egypt, and India. As a professional of international repute, what can you do to reduce medical tourism in Nigeria? Billions of dollars have been spent by Nigerians, while we have so many Nigerians, as said by my colleagues, in Europe, America, and the Middle East, that has happened in the healthcare delivery in various countries. Thoroughbred professionals like you, what can we do to bring them so that we will stop medical tourism? Thank you, Mr. President.
Dismissed Senator Tambora.
Mr. President, sitting as chair, my colleagues, the nominee, let me join my colleagues in congratulating you for accepting to come back home and serve our dear country despite continue elsewhere. Let me join my colleagues in congratulating you for accepting to come back home and serve our dear country in this capacity, despite all of your achievements and what possibly you may continue to enjoy if you continue to serve elsewhere.
Abbas, Adamawa Central. Mr. Nominee, my questions is related to the last two questions, but I want to put it in a different way. There is argument that health tertiary institutions shouldn't be run by government, should go private. And those proponents of this private sector participation are saying that it will reduce the brain dry and as well as medical tourism. Now, if you hold this saying and you want it to go private, how will you now advise the government vis-a-vis the health insurance coverage of Nigerians? Thank you.
Distinguished Senator Yaradua.
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished colleagues, my name is Abdulaziz Musa Yaradua, representing the good people of Katsina Central. I'm from Katsina State. Dr. Moruf Olatunji Alausa, I want to congratulate you for being nominated by our most respected president. And I've seen you have a very rich CV. You know, some of us are locally trained here, but from your CV, you are based in the United States, and I've seen that you have been named one of the America's best physicians in 2007, 2012, and 2020. If you are confirmed by this Senate and you are appointed to be the Minister of Health, one of the challenges we are facing in this country right now in our medical or in our public hospitals is that the medical ethics that you know, which is very efficient both in Europe and the United States and other developed nations, where patients and medical practitioners are very, very careful to ensure that they don't make mistakes. In the event a patient dies, usually there will be a medical board. Here in Nigeria, a lot of people die in our hospitals due to negligence of doctors and some other medical practitioners, both in our public hospitals and the private hospitals. and no medical board is constituted to investigate this type of issues, except if probably the patient is a highly placed person. What will you do if you find yourself as a Minister of Health to ensure that our public hospitals and the private hospitals abide by these medical ethics? Number two, I have seen in your CV that you are a certified nephrologist and a kidney expert. Though I'm a layman, but I think most of our public hospitals, I don't think we have efficient kidney centers. You can see that most of our people in Nigeria here travel abroad if they have patients with kidney problems. Right now, one of our own, the former Deputy Senate President, Senator Ike Ikweremadu, who, because of his daughter in search of health, traveled to UK. Today, we all know where he is. I believe if there are efficient kidney centers in Nigeria, probably he wouldn't have traveled abroad to seek for medical attention for his daughter. So my question is, if you become the Minister of Health, what will you do to ensure, being a kidney expert, to ensure that we have efficient kidney centers so that Nigerians in the future will not have to travel abroad? Thank you very much.
Distinguished colleagues, so many people want to ask questions. So because of that, so you won't lose a track of the questions. Let's give him an opportunity to answer, and thereafter others can ask. Please.
Thank you, distinguished senators. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, distinguished senators. I'm very happy, quite impressed with the variety of questions that have been posed to me. This just vindicates my impression of this august house, that we're very, very passionate, dedicated Nigerians are assembled to really move our country forward. Most of these questions are actually, they fall within one ring, which is just, we don't have a healthcare system now. It's really suboptimal. Except for the question that Senator Yaradua asked on liability insurance issue, I'll address that later. And the other question from Senator Abdul Fattah Buhari on the Japa syndrome, I'll come to those two. But the other questions falls within one main category of what we have now is not working the way it should. I'm a fervent believer in private sector driven healthcare economy. That is how we can fix it. We need a very good payer system. If you don't have a payer system, you cannot fix this healthcare system. If we continue to do what we're doing now, where the larger chunk of the funding is coming from government, they say if you do the same thing, don't ever expect to see a different result. You will see the same result. We need a robust payer system. I would like to commend the Ninth Assembly. They did something very futuristic. They passed two landmark bills. The Expanded National Health Insurance Act and the provision for the basic healthcare provision fund. This is really these two bills we can really use it to create a linchpin, a launching pad, how we can build a very robust payer system. What we now need to do is to encourage international insurance companies to come into the country to support, to complement these small, scattered third-party payers that we have today. Big multinational companies like United Health, Humana, Cigna, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois, they will come. We have the population. Once we start getting these international companies to come, they will bring in the technology, funding, robust platform to complement what we have. What we will quickly see is that we will have a private sector where we have a huge sum of money going into the pool, and then the National Health Insurance Scheme can now begin to function as a regulator of the private health insurance sector, and then act as the operator of the government part of the scheme, because we already have the Basic Health Provision Fund that has dedicated a pool of money to vulnerable population, young kids, infants, mothers, elderlies. So we can use that money to fund those vulnerable groups. So what we would quickly get to, we will have what operates in America today, when you have the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services, taking care of the vulnerable group, and you have robust private payer system taking care of the other people. Once we've done that, we now have enough resources coming into our system. What we're worried now about Japa syndrome, doctors going abroad would naturally start to get better. I'm a physician, and I'm not trying to be very partial here, but I know with certainty, anybody that trains to be a doctor wants to serve humanity. Care for their patient. It's not about money alone, poor economy, but they don't have the adequate infrastructure to care for their patient. It is very, very frustrating. And that's why we see this massive outward migration of doctors out of the country. We need to fix our healthcare infrastructure, and beyond that, compensate our physicians adequately. We also, to now begin to address this Japa syndrome of people going out, once you adequately compensate your physicians, fix infrastructure, you provide enabling environment for them to work. Now, we also have to start engaging our diaspora doctors. We engage them to come. Once the right environment is created, they will come. A lot of people we want to serve our country. Now, beyond that, we also need to quickly increase the pool of the doctors we're producing. We have about 50 medical schools in the country. Government can provide special funding to these medical schools to double the number of doctors that are being produced. So, on that. Now, I would like to quickly talk on a very, very important, Senator, sorry, you said something about how can we get the sub-national government to take care of the primary and secondary health care system. Now, the federal government cannot force the local government beyond the federal funds being allocated. The federal government cannot force them to do what they have to do. But what is lacking here is there's the National Council of Health, which should be a meeting of the federal minister and the governors, where really health policy issues should be discussed. This council is not functional. They meet probably once a year or twice a year. This is not optimal. The National Council of Health should be really re-engaged to serve its purpose, and that's why we can get the sub-national government to do their role, to do what they need to do in terms of primary care and secondary care. Now, Senator Yaradua, you answered, you asked a very important question of the way medical liability. Now, literally, there's no regulation. Anybody can just, any healthcare provider can just kill a patient. Nothing happens. That's it. Nothing happens. There's literally no consequence. We can't operate a healthcare system like that. We need to set up, like what obtains abroad, quality regulatory boards at the federal and at the state level. These quality regulatory boards would actually begin to credential and certify healthcare facilities, and patients who felt they haven't been treated well can report to those boards, and then the medical practitioner license will be withdrawn, will be suspended. Once that begins to happen, people will be accountable for their actions. That's one thing that is lacking and we need to do. Also, you said something that is very passionate to my heart. This is what I do every day. Lack of kidney care centers here, namely dialysis clinics and transplantation service in the country. You know, it's about you don't have the funding. Averagely, one session, even in Nigeria today, one session of dialysis cost about 25,000 naira. If you have to do at least, at standard you do 3 times a week, Nigeria they do twice a week. That's 50,000 naira a week. In a month, 200,000 naira. Even if you're a multi-millionaire, and continue to do this, you will expend your money. One of the major causes of bankruptcy in the world is lack of health insurance coverage. Once we now have a robust payer system where the insurance pay for the dialysis, they pay for transplant, clinics will spring up. This is business, they follow where the money is. We can now begin, what we have now, our healthcare sector is only contributing less than 2.5% to our GDP. We need to really invite more private involvement, where we can quickly increase year by year contributory GDP by 5%. If we're able to do that, in 4 years, we can get our GDP to the GDP get GDP to about 22%, where we have the health sector contributing to it. Today, in America, 22% of the GDP there, and the healthcare accounts for 22% of GDP. That translates into $3.3 trillion spent. If we're able to do the same thing here, we can quickly bring in a lot of money into the healthcare sector, and what will happen, we'll create a healthcare sector that is even bigger than the oil and gas sector. And what will happen, compared to oil and gas, healthcare sector, it has a heavy need for manpower. What we can really do, if we get to that level, now we'll engage a lot of young unemployed citizens coming into the labor force, getting decent job, paying government taxes. We can do this. We just have to have focused leadership to get this done. I hope I've answered all the questions.
Not totally. I see the hand of distinguished Senator Idiot. She's representing Lagos. Maybe there is something you did in Lagos that she wants to bring forth.
Your Excellency, the Senate President, distinguished colleagues, before you is Dr. Tuji Alausa, a health practitioner of decades of experience. If confirmed, Dr. Alausa will be an asset in the balance sheet of Nigeria. And I will listen to him. He has explained to us all of his exploits outside of this country, in the private sector and the public sector. And I have no doubt in my mind that Dr. Tuji has proved to all of us that he has what it takes to run the Health Ministry if confirmed. Distinguished senators, I recommend Dr. Tuji Alausa for your confirmation and plead for the understanding of other senators. And I take the leave of the President of the Senate to please allow Dr. Tuji Alausa to take the leave of the Senate. Thank you.
Distinguished colleagues, just in case there is something that happened in the Southeast so that we don't marginalize Southeast. Distinguished Senator Nweboyi, your hand has been up.
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished colleagues, Dr. Alausa, from your records, you may be the next health minister. And if that happens, I want to bring your attention to two things. One, if you go through our pharmaceutical stores across the nation, 50% of the drugs there are fake drugs. What can you do to avert this? In knowledge of the fact that NAFDAC is an agency under Federal Ministry of Health. Number two, medical profession today is being overtaken by quacks more than any other profession in Nigeria. As a health minister, what can you do to stop this menace in view of the sensitive nature of the medical profession? Because when you go to the rural areas, you see those that have a community health certificate conducting surgery, and in most cases leads to loss of life. As a health minister, how can you tackle this? Thank you.
Senator Nweboyi, you actually spoke my mind, because I was waiting for distinguished senators to ask him about the activities of quacks. That even as we speak now, 5 people must have died today as a result of the activities of quacks. Nurses are doing surgery in private domains. Even people, dispensers in the chemist are also giving injections. And a lot of people are dying. I've had a personal family experience in 2019, and I was going to ask him, so outside the fake drugs, the issue of quackery in the system, but there's one question that has not yet been asked, so I don't need to be the one to ask. So let me give the opportunity to Senator Kalia Dahawa. And I think, Senator Kalia, you are also a doctor. You're a doctor. Okay, let me see whether you ask that question. If you don't ask, I'll ask, then he will close.
Mr. President, my distinguished colleagues, Dr. Alausa, I just want to ask you a straight question. And I'm asking you as a doctor, and a private doctor for that matter. One of the biggest problems we are having is the leadership don't want to face the truth and face the doctors, in my opinion. There is a report of World Bank, I think it's of 2017, and I tried to corroborate it yesterday, and I found that they said in our urban areas, 80% of the private hospitals are owned by doctors working in government practices, receiving salary of government, and at the same time operating private hospitals. And by so doing, you have a situation whereby the private is no good, the government is no good. Because you cannot divide your attention and have 100% output. Will you be able, if you are appointed Minister of Health, to face these challenges head on so that all this quackery that is happening in our hospitals and in our other places will be taken head on so that at least something can be done to save the situation? Thank you, sir.
Yes. Thank you, distinguished Senator. Senator Neda, I've seen you. I've seen Senator Dankwambo. But Senator Dankwambo, your question may be related to the financials. So go ahead.
Thank you, the Senate President. Let me start by congratulating the nominee and also to congratulate him for having this very nice CV. My question, sir, the nominee was given opportunity in the last administration to be one of the top advisors on health. And today, when you go around our federal teaching hospitals and federal medical centers, the situation is very bad and requires very urgent attention of the government. When I was elected, I think the first people to meet up with me are the people from the Federal Teaching Hospital Gombe. The situation is so critical. People are just sitting there. The equipments are in bad shape. The environment is not good. And delivery of health services are challenged. So I don't know what motivates you to come back. But what will you do different now to ensure service of health service delivery is different going forward from now? Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Onawo.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, sitting as chair. Dr. Lausa, congratulations for your nomination. My name is Senator Mohammed Ogoshi Onao. I represent Nasarawa South. I am bothered by the spread of serious life-threatening cases as a result of accidents or gunshot wounds and life-threatening issues that are taken to hospitals that doctors or nurses will refuse to attend to such patients because there is no police report. I know you said just a while ago that doctors want to serve humanity when they decide to go into the profession. Now, if an accident happens in an environment where there is no police at hand and the patient is dying, should this patient die because there is no police to give a report? What can you do to forestall such? Thank you.
I think that is a very good question. There are a lot of people with gunshot wounds, not through their faults, sometimes as a result of stray bullets, are dying in various hospitals because the hospitals have refused to treat them, waiting for police report. That if he's given an opportunity in the health sector, what will he do to stop the loss of lives of innocent citizens? We will allow you to answer that. But I just want to add one more question. If you are given an opportunity, what will you do to assist the poor people who are daily being detained in various hospitals in the country after treatments? A lot of poor people who cannot afford 2,000 naira, 1,000, 5,000 to pay for medical treatments are being detained for days in various hospitals in the country. And I know this, if you are one of those who move around, particularly during your bed days and you try to go around the hospitals, you'll be shocked that some people after delivery of children, they are not able to pay the full bill and they are being detained with the newborn babies in various hospitals in the country. And these are federal medical centers, federal hospitals and state hospitals. They are not allowed to go home. They are told to stay there until they pay. Is there any form of arrangement that you will do that can cater to settle the medical bills of these very poor people who are suffering in the hospitals, not through their faults? That's the question. And the Civil Senate President, you may add the question so that he can answer, because if we can't solve all our health problems today, we have to take other people.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations, Mr. Nominee. My name is Barozi Brinkano North. Still on the plight of our referral hospitals. Most of the cases, medical cases that our people go through in this country are the likes of malaria, colds, and so on, that can be treated at the primary healthcare centers or clinics. But yet, most of these people that have this kind of medical challenges go to referral hospitals, especially in the cities. They go to the teaching hospitals, thereby overstretching the capacity of the referral hospital. Whereas it's only cases that are complicated are supposed to be, taken to the referral hospitals. So what are you going to do to change this trend? Because we are overstretching our referral hospitals, all right? So what are you going to do if eventually you are confirmed and maybe the president feels that you should be the Minister of Health? What are you going to change the trend? Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished senators. I'm very, very excited with these impressive questions. Senator Barrow, I'll take your question first. Primary healthcare centers are literally non-functional. Senator Alero alluded to that. What we need to do, we need to go beyond just building infrastructures. What we're saying is, we built one primary care center in every local government in the country. We're going to double it to 2. And now we have, I was at the presentation as part of my work on the Presidential Advisory Council, meeting the CEO, the Director General of the National Primary Healthcare Agency. He told me, I said, we have 10,000 primary healthcare centers in the country today. Less than 30% of these centers are functional. So they're there, but they're deserted. No community health worker, no nurses, no physician there. But once we begin to really realign our priorities, we get this, what we have today, we don't need to build anymore. Let's be honest with our people. It's not the structure, it's what goes in there that matters. Once we
begin to adequately equip this, what we have now, provide the needed personnel there, Senator Barrell, the people will go there. If I live in Castina, city of Castina today, there's a primary care center that's 5 miles from my house, and I know if I go there at 9 p.m., I'll meet a healthcare provider there. I'll go there as a citizen of Castina. I will not drive 2 hours to go to the city to go to a teaching hospital. So what we need to do, we define our priorities, get this, what we have now, get them functional. And we can do that. We just need focused leadership to get this done. Now, I'm going to go to the question of the Senate President about people being detained. After, this is really very pathetic. It's sad. But then, the way to get this done is to have a payer system. And today, the basic health care provision fund can actually provide for those patients, but it's not being operated well. The Senate has done its own. You've passed this fund. You've passed. It's a percentage of the federal budget, but it's not being managed. The National Health Insurance Agency is not. They're not managing this fund well. So that there's already a solution for that. This kind of patient can get rolled into this program that we already have that are existing, but there's so much disconnection in the way those two programs are being managed.
Because the public will be very interested in what you are saying. The question is information dissemination. Now, you are saying that the Senate had already provided a solution by passing a bill that was signed into an act, providing, what do you call it?
Yeah, it's the bill is the basic health care provision fund. The funds are there, and that in the funds, let me tell you how the funds was apportioned. 55% of the fund is meant to 55% of that fund is meant to go to the National Health Insurance Agency, while about 40% of that fund goes to the National Primary Health Care Development Agency, and about 5% to the National Emergency Management Agency. But the way those funds are being managed, nobody knows.
Okay. Now, if you are given an opportunity to be a Minister of Health or to work in the health sector, how will you manage the fund? What modalities will you put in place? Want to even let the farmer and the poor people in Nigeria to know that there is succor provided by government through legislation, and that those funds are actually there to assist them instead of they are being detained in hospitals weeks and months after their surgery and after deliveries. What will you do differently to make sure that the public is, one, aware, and two, impacted by these funds?
Thank you, Mr. President. Fixing this problem is actually quite easy. It's just to build synergy, but before then, aggressive orientation and education of the public to let them know of the availability of this fund. And that when I say build synergy, we can now get the National Health Insurance Agency that has a large pool of this money to now begin to enroll patients like this. Now, if a patient gets to the hospital today, if they don't have coverage, they know the fund is there, they can apply for emergency health care insurance coverage. And we will mandate the National Health Insurance Agency to approve the coverage within 48 hours, once they've gotten the biometrics of the patient. And once that's done, once that patient is now able to provide evidence of insurance coverage to the hospital, they know they can get their money from the National Health Insurance Agency. Very simple.
Apparently, we can't keep you forever. But I would think that you should also involve the legislators, House of Representatives and Senators, and you should bring out guidelines and share those guidelines with us. So when we go back home, we also educate our constituents and give them those forms to fill and for them to have an idea that such succor is in existence to assist the poorest poor, because you also save them from embarrassments and death. Then, my final question, which is actually supposed to come from the floor, but it did not come, is that today, many doctors in the employment of the federal government and state governments abandon the general hospitals, abandon the federal government institutions for their own private hospitals. And they also divert. Oh, has he answered? He has answered. He has answered. Okay. In addition, allegations abound that sometimes equipment provided by federal government find their way into the private clinics of the hospital or the doctors. So they are getting monthly salaries, but their private clinics are booming, while the government hospitals are empty and patients are dying. What will you do differently to change the orientation so that Nigerians can get the benefit of the funds that federal government continually put into these hospitals and also the state governments?
Thank you, Mr. President. I would actually, it's about the same question that the distinguished senator on the Hall there asked about the role of these doctors having dual interest. They go, work in the public hospital and go to the private hospital to work. Their loyalty is divided. Now, Mr. President, you've added a third tripod to it on the fact that these doctors, beyond abandoning their work, they also use government equipment to go and do their private work. There are lots of problems here. We don't have standard policy and procedures in place to discipline this physician. And that's what the senator said, that the government or NMA, they're very reluctant in confronting the doctor. We have to. They have to be held accountable. That's what happens everywhere to any profession. You have to be held accountable. If you're not held accountable, you do whatever you want. We don't have, and that's why we have to build a robust regulatory body that will hold all these doctors accountable. A member of a senator or an House of a rep member or state assembly member can, if they are considering go to complain, exact the complaint that's coming to you, Mr. President, they can call the regulatory agency. This is what I'm seeing in my hospital, in my district in Iyo. Doctors are not there. They abandon the place, they take equipment. The regulatory agency will come, unbiased, investigate. If those allegations are found to be true, the doctors will be sanctioned. Their license will get suspended. No doctor, no professional wants their license to be suspended. That's a pathway to feeding, and that's what separates you from lunatism. You want to protect their license. It's making people accountable. That's how we can begin to fix problems like this. Now, I need to quickly answer Senator Mohammed Onaho, distinguished Senator Mohammed Onaho. This is actually sad when you have trauma victims being taken to hospital still alive, and somebody is saying, "Oh, we can't care for you because you need to get a police report." That, as a doctor, the Hippocratic oath that we took, it's first, do no harm. You see a patient that is dying, and you're not caring for that patient, but it's more of a systemic problem and lack of communication. I don't think the way to quickly fix this is to provide policy and procedures that will guide everybody on how to handle accident patients. You don't need police report to treat trauma patients.
This will be communicated to the Inspector General, because what happened is that all these healthcare providers are scared. The police will come and prosecute them. That, oh, you've treated a victim, a fraudster, and then what happened? That's what they are afraid of. But even if you're a fraudster, even if you're a robber, and you're not dead yet, it's your right to live. You can be treated, be rescued, be saved, and then be prosecuted. That's it. You don't say, oh, I'm not going to treat you because you're a robber, and then you die. You've taken that ability for that person to live into your hand. That is not acceptable, and that's not the way doctors are trained. First, do no harm. Now, let me quickly answer distinguished Senator Nwobo's question about NAFDAC and quacks. That actually fits well into distinguished Senator Yar'Adua's question. Medical liability. There are lots of quacks there. Why there are quacks is that there's no accountability. I can be a nurse today, open a healthcare shop there, start doing deliveries. Nobody's regulating. All the healthcare facilities are not regulated. In Western world, every single health facility must have a license. A license for you to treat. And that license also has different layers. You can be an outpatient clinic. If you want to add surgical operation to it, you have to apply, and they come to inspect the facility that you have. And you don't even get that license once, and they say, oh, you got in license 10 years, bye-bye. You get re-inspected every 1 to 2 years. You have to maintain those standards. We need to build quality regulatory body that will take care of this. Now, with regard to NAFDAC, it's a little bit sad to say it's beyond these fake pharmaceutical drugs coming in. These fake drugs, these drugs are killing our people. A lot of people are developing kidney failure because of drugs, counterfeit drugs. This is causing more morbidity into our society. And it's very unfortunate to say today, NAFDAC is not functioning the way it should be. It's not functioning. And if I'm given that opportunity, that's one of the first agency that I will totally reform. It's not functioning. NAFDAC is not doing its work. Not doing its work.
At that point, you can see the sincerity of Dr. Alausa. I think just like every other person here, I've also been a victim of medical neglect. My first grandchild in 2019 in a Federal Medical Center died through bleeding. Was having a drip, and it tissued in night. There was no help, no doctor, no nurse, and he bled until he lost over 60% of his blood. And almost going mental, he struggled and fell on the floor, was looking for water to drink, and he rolled on the floor outside, entered early morning dew, poured the dew all over his body, and then that's where they found him. By that time, he had gone into a coma. I was on my way to Port Harcourt for the 2019 rally. When they called me, I entered the 32-year-old boy. I struggled. They went to go and bring the defibrillator to attempt to revive the heart. It did not work. And I said, how long? They said it stopped working 8 years ago. I used my hand and struggled with my personal physician. I could not revive him. I had to close his eyes and put him in the mortuary. And then I proceeded to Port Harcourt for the rally. He left behind 3 children. almost every family has suffered from what is going on in our hospitals. The doctor on duty that night had an emergency in his own private clinic, and he had to abandon the hospital to rush to go and attend to private patients in his own private clinic. So if you are coming in, you can see we can keep you here till 7, 8, because everybody here wants to ask questions, because the Senate is very concerned. Nigerians are very concerned. The same way we are feeling is the way Nigerians are feeling. And the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration must be a corrective regime. It must be a corrective administration to try to, because health is wealth. Health is wealth. There is no way a country can be wealthy when the people are not healthy. So we want to thank you for sparing your time to share your thoughts with us. You ended well by saying that a lot of things are not working, that even NAFDAC is not working, and that if given the opportunity, you get NAFDAC to work. I think on that note, you can take leave of the Senate. Thank you.
After over an hour and about 20 minutes of grueling session right there for the nominee from Lagos State, Dr. Tunji Alausa, with an extensive medical career, of course, a board-certified nephrologist, answering a lot of questions there, especially when it comes to brain drain, infant and maternal mortality, medical tourism, and of course, talking about, the primary health care centers and how they should be treated. And then, of course, ending right there with that story from the Senate President on his personal experience with negligence at the Federal Medical Center and how that affected his oldest grandchild. You're watching the ministerial screening of ministerial nominees sent to the Senate by President Bola Tinubu, and the details of the next person being screened will be coming up shortly.
Dear distinguished colleagues, the nominee before us, without saying much, just give us a short resume of yourself, and then the distinguished senators will treat you in line with the provisions of the law.
Let me begin by thanking God Almighty, who make it possible for us to be here for this screening exercise. My thanks and appreciation to the President and Commander-in-Chief, who found me worthy to be part of these ministerial nominees. Your Excellency, the President of the Senate, most distinguished Senator Godswill Akpabio, Your Excellency, the Deputy President of the Senate, Senator Barau Jibrin, Principal Officers of the 10th Senate, Your Excellency, with your permission, let me start the recognition from the senators from my state. I will start with my senator, Senator Ibrahim Hassan Angombo, Tolban Gombe, the immediate past governor of Gombe State, senator representing Gombe North Senatorial District, and Senator Tony Aro, representing Gombe South. My bosses, distinguished senators of the 10th Assembly, Your Excellency, Mr. President, with your permission, I want to recognize my colleagues, non-serving senators. I will start with Senator Bello Hayatu Gorzo, the former Chief Whip of the National Assembly, Senator Joshua Lidani, Senator Ahmed Hassan Barata, Senator Aidi Giang, Senator Alkali Jajere, Senator Jalo Zarami. Your Excellency, the member representing my federal constituency in the House of Reps is equally here, Honorable Rashid. Former members of House of Reps from my state, Honorable Binta Bello, Honorable Umar Nafada. Your Excellency, let me take us to the last part of the resume. I was a member of the 6th, 7th, and 9th Senate. When I was at the 6th Senate, I was made the Vice Chairman, Senate Committee on State and Local Government. When I returned in 2011, I was the Chairman, Senate Committee on Nigerian Air Force. In 2019, after the general election, I was made as the Chairman, Senate Committee on National Population and National Identity, and an acting Chairman, Senate Committee on Industries. Later, I was moved as the Chairman, Senate Committee on Trade and Investment. Mr. President, my very bosses, distinguished senators of the 10th Assembly, I am glad to inform you, Mr. President, among the referrals that were made to my committee, 2 upscale for presidential assent. Copyright Act Cap C28 LFN 2008, Repeal and Reenactment Bill 2021. A Financial Reporting Council Act 2021 Amendment Bill 20 SB 824 was also assented by Mr. President and Commander-in-Chief. Mr. President, my bosses, distinguished senators, this is a very brief biography of my resume. Mr. President, with your permission, I raise my case.
Distinguished colleagues, the clerk, the standing room. Order 9. Again, for the benefit of the guests, the visitors who accompany the nominee, the Senate Standing Orders 2022 as amended in Order 9 says, privileges are the rights enjoyed by the Senate collectively and by the members of the Senate individually, conferred by the Legislative Houses Powers and Privileges Act, Cap 208, Laws of the Federation of Nigeria 1990, and other statutes, or by practice, precedents, usages, and customs. So one of the privileges, or one of the main privileges is that when a senator appears in a chamber like this, he will introduce himself for the generality of the public, and thereafter he will take a bow, because it is assumed for him to have been a senator, he's more than qualified to be a minister. After all, he was oversighting ministers. So, and I must also apologize to my colleagues who are representing the nominees, that today we didn't give you much chance to talk about them because we expect you know them. Like him, he was in the 9th Senate, and he was also in the 8th Assembly. He was even in the 6th. So, distinguished Senator, thank you and congratulations on your nomination. You may now exercise your privilege. Take a bow and leave. chief will do your work.
Put your mic. Order, please. Let's maintain silence. Absolute silence.
Minority Whip. Minority Whip. The Majority Whip. Please let it not be the Senate President that does all the work. The chambers must be in absolute solemnity, because this is a very important exercise. These people are to decide the fate of over 240 million Nigerians. Let me welcome His Excellency, distinguished brother and Right Honorable Simon Bakola Long, former Speaker, former Governor, former this, former that. Immediate past Director General of the campaigns of the All Progressives Congress, the largest party in the whole of West Africa, in the whole of Africa, and the ruling party in Nigeria. So we welcome you. We know you, but the public would like to know you more. So if there are things that you feel that the public should know about you, which are not contained in your CV, use the next few minutes to roll them out. Outside that, maybe because you've been a speaker, and maybe because you were the DG that brought this government to bear, we may have to do the needful. The floor is yours. 3 times speaker. 3 times speaker. But that does not amount to 1 Senate.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Your Excellency, Mr. President of the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Your Excellency, the Deputy Senate President, very distinguished senators that are here, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, I would say to God be the glory. I am here, Simon Bakola Long. I did primary school, I did secondary school, I read law, master's degree in law. I contested for House of Assembly after the contesting for the Secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association in my state. After House of Assembly, I was elected Speaker 2 times. After the second time, I attempted to be Governor of Plateau State. Again, I was given opportunity 2 times to be Governor of Plateau State. I left as the Governor of Plateau State. But before then, I was appointed as the Director General of the famous campaign that brought in the renewed hope. I thank God Mr. Senate President recognized that. So today I am before this esteemed Senate. First, while I was governor, while I was speaker, I was elected 2 times as the chairman of the Conference of Speakers of Nigeria. Even when I left, they still elected me as chairman of former speakers of Nigeria. I am still up to date, their chairman. I am very happy that many of my members are before this distinguished Senate. I have seen a few of them as distinguished senators. Mr. Senator Anao is over there. So many of them, association of former speakers, who are now senators, who are now distinguished senators. I moved from there to be a governor. As a governor, I was elected as the chairman of the Northern Governors Forum. And as Northern Governors Forum, again presided over many of the governors who are now senators that are here. Again, I saw Senator Tambuwal over there. I saw Senator Yari over there. And many of the senators that are there, whom I interacted with severally. And all of them were chairmen of the Governors Forum, and we worked together, irrespective of our political differences. Even at that, when we were in the National State Assembly, we worked with a lot of them who are in the House of Reps, and today, one-time senators, and they are back again. I've seen Senator Ningi. I've seen a lot of them here, a lot of them. I don't want to mention all, because time is not on our side. At the Governors Forum, I'm very happy that Senator Omai is here, although running away again back to join us, to join us outside. Senator Osita and so many of them that we work together in the party. The greatest moment of my life, too, was when I was given the opportunity as the Director General of the campaign to bring in the renewed hope. During the renewed hope, I worked with the Senate President, now current Senate President. Mr. President, congratulations. I worked with the Deputy Senate President and many of the principal officers that are here. It was not an easy task to bring back a renewed government in Nigeria. But by the grace of God, we brought President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and Kashim Shettima. Let me use this opportunity to thank all of you, and I think many of the senators that are here through the campaign that we came back and delivered again a new hope for Nigeria. I will also use the opportunity, lest I forget, to thank our chairman, President Muhammadu Buhari and his dear wife. I must also thank Mr. President and his wife, Senator Remy, during the campaigns. And I thank all of you, especially the SPC senators that were here. Although I saw myself as the least among them, but with their cooperation, we went all around, and today we have a Senate that everybody has a hope that it will be a renewed Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. In the course of my campaign, I saw the Senate President gave a name. He said he will now be called, yes, Father. But before then, we call him Uncommon Senate President, presiding over an uncommon Senate in an uncommon environment for uncommon Nigerians. And I pray that at the end of the day, Nigerians will have this uncommon hope. I will not forget my senators. I was privileged, and I must extend this gratitude to all of you for electing one of us from my state. The minority leader is from my state. He's now my leader in the state, Senator Mwatko. And the soldier senator, AVM Napoleon, is also from my state. And then the young one, and they say very active too and strong, Senator Dicket Plank, who are three of my senators. I don't want to name a lot of them, because when you go to Benue, you go to Nasarawa, they will tell you they came through me. But I thank God that they are here. My own is to come back again and express my gratitude to all of you, and to stand here to thank Mr. President for the confidence that he saw in some of us, and he said we must come back and join him again to work as cabinet members of his cabinet. So it's my privilege to come here and extend my gratitude to all of you as I stand and appeal for also an accelerated approval, so that I can quickly join Mr. President like others to work for the common good of this country. I thank you very much, Mr. President.
Distinguished senators, what you just said was like a State of the Nation address. We are not doing a confirmation today, but it was already given a valedictory acceptance speech. Distinguished Chairman, when you were the Director General of the last campaign, I was actually the Vice Chairman of the campaigns. So I'll be biased if I ask you any question, because I can attest to your integrity, I can attest to your capacity. But I want to ask one question. No, not a question. I want to recognize one senator to ask you a question if he has any. And that senator is not Webwe. We are not talking about Romani, we are talking about Lalong. Now, Senator Air Vice Marshal Napoleon Bali, retired. Is he here? AVM. Here is your senator, or here is your ministerial nominee and your former governor. Do you have anything to say?
The Senate President, distinguished colleagues, definitely I have something to say. The nominee, who was the former governor of Plateau State, we are from the same senatorial zone. And I can tell you categorically that the senatorial zone, that is where I come from, Napoleon Binka Valley, Plateau South, we, the people of Plateau South, we are happy with Mr. President for nominating Governor Simon Bakola Long. And he has read his CV. And honestly, you can attest to the fact that he is vast. So I will solicit, I know the minority leader who we are all from the same state will also say it, but my constituency definitely has asked me to request the senators to confirm Governor Simon Bakola Long as a minister, Federal Republic of Nigeria. On that note, sir, I know as the chairman, Northern Governors Forum, as he said, more or less he has been presiding over the 19 Northern States governors. So definitely I know that he has a clear picture of the insecurity bedeviling this country, the challenges, especially in the northern states. So I want you to know the kind of quality this my former governor has, because I strongly believe as a lawyer, but there are a lot of lawyers that have come before us. But I think because of the privilege he has to have presided over the 19 state governors, I wish Mr. President will consider him and make him a Minister of Defense. Mr. Nominee, in the event President Bola Tinubu makes you the Minister of Defense, can you please tell me precisely what do you think are the challenges, the security challenges in this country, and what do you have in your cup at the Federal Executive Council, so that we proffer solutions, not just talking, to mitigate the insecurity going on in this country. Thank you, Mr. President.
I must say that I'm very happy that Air Vice Marshal Napoleon Bali retired. Not only do you applaud Mr. President for this nomination, you and your senatorial district, where our brother Governor Lalong belong, all of you are very excited, and they have asked you to support his nomination in totality. But it will be incomplete if I don't ask the minority leader. No, it's not everybody that will speak. If I don't ask the minority leader to say a word. But if you want to yield the floor to distinguished Senator Decade Plan, but please be very brief, because what I wanted to hear, I have heard, and I will take my decision. Thank you.
The President of the Senate, sitting as chair, my distinguished colleagues, I am Senator Decade Plan, Senator representing Plateau Central, the umbilical court of the state. Distinguished colleagues, I am rising again to support in depth the submission made by my colleague, the senator representing Plateau South. My former governor, standing as a nominee, is not only a citizen of Plateau South, but the name Governor Lalong symbolizes Plateau State. When his name was pronounced as a senator, my people, as a minister nominee, my people have an idea that this symbolizes systematic hard work reward. I join him to express the gratitude of the people of Plateau Central, and I know Plateau in its totality, to Mr. President for deciding to nominate our leader in whom we are well pleased. My colleagues, Governor Lalong is a humble, compassionate, peace-loving, and inclusive leader. I believe that his nomination will at the end of the day remain a pride for us as people of Plateau and Nigeria. I thank you indeed. This is quite selective. This is quite satisfying to the people of Plateau. And I assure you that by the time he is graciously confirmed, Nigeria will be happy. Mr. President, before I sit down, I do know that you believe in stability. When you came up, your desire is that Nigeria should be cohesive, Nigeria should be together. My former governor symbolizes stability. He is inclusive in governance. And I believe this is a wise choice, and I thank you, because I know by us you will come.
Distinguished colleagues, the minority leader yielded the floor to Senator Plank, and he says he doesn't have anything to add, that all had been said. You want to greet him?
Yeah.
Okay, you can greet him and let him take a bow.
Thank you, Mr. President, sitting as chair, distinguished colleagues. Mr. President, I want to align my thoughts with the views of Senator Napoleon Bali and that of Senator Decade Plank. Mr. President, the first list of ministerial nominees that came, Plateau was not found there. We had a meeting, the three of us, and we were thinking of running to your house so that you take us to Mr. President. But the second list came, and we saw the name of Barrister Simon Bako Lalong, the former governor of Plateau State. We were elated, we were happy, and we knew that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has done us proud. Mr. President, I'm happy that you have worked together with the nominee, and he has worked with quite a number of senators here in his capacity as the former Speaker of Plateau State House of Assembly and also as the Governor of Plateau State, where he was the chairman of the Governors Forum. I wish he had tested his presence in these red chambers. I would have appealed to my colleagues that, as it is with our tradition, that we ask him to take a bow and leave. Is it not hear me well, sir?
Thank you so much.
I'm not done, sir. I therefore wish to thank all my colleagues. I'm very confident in the level of his intelligence and his capacity to answer any question, sir. But I know that he has given us his CV. We have seen all that he has done for this country, and therefore I wish to commend to all distinguished senators here that we ask him any question we can ask him and allow him to take a leave of the Senate and leave. Thank you, Mr. President.
Our able Director General Emeritus and very esteemed nominee, there is a particular question that Nigerians will be interested in. I know that security cannot be discussed in public, but at least you can posit some solutions that are generic in nature. Somebody asked that if you were to be given a portfolio that has something to do with the defense of the citizens, what would you do differently in order to ensure that people can sleep with their eyes closed, both in Benue, in the Plateau, in Borno, and even in the Southeast and South-South? If you just posit a generic answer and thereafter you step forward and take leave of the Senate.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I said earlier that I acted as the Director General of the campaign. In this campaign, we drew up a manifesto. That is the manifesto produced by today His Excellency the President of Nigeria. Very robust on how to handle security in Nigeria. While I was the chairman of the Northern Governors Forum, where we had a lot of these issues, we took a document, we took a summary, because we considered this comprehensively, and this was chaired by many security experts, and we produced a document. Mr. President, part of this document was, first of all, to look at the roles of traditional rulers. It was under my watch that we produced a document which we thought that was going to form part of the constitutional amendment to allow traditional rulers to be part of addressing security issues in Nigeria. The second one, Mr. President, is that it is a long time that we did recruitment within our security. We need manpower, but we also need technology. It is a long time, and it's a part of the manifesto. Without technology, the wars in the world now are fought on with technology. But you can need humans to man this technology. It was the issue, and I said that the former chairman of the Governors Forum is here, two of them, and within the Governors Forum produced a document. Now, what was this document? Was to go beyond our traditional issues
and to look forward. First, the capacity must be improved of the manpower for the armed forces. Secondly, there must be training and retraining, and then provisions of technology. Today you are seeing Tucano jets. It was part of the request that we must start seeing Tucano jets flying all over. The second one is the drones. People are using drones to the point where we all agree that if it was issue of money, we agreed that let the money be deducted from our excess crew. The security is very important. If we don't have security, there will be no development. And those were some of the issues that we all agreed. And that was why we said we should not leave traditional, in the North, we can't leave traditional rulers out. I pray that we'll have another opportunity for constitutional amendment, and that bill that was kept out will now be reintroduced again. And then, like I said, it's just a matter of summary. But let me not forget, because I saw my comrade friend, Oshomele, Senator Oshomele. He was the Deputy Director of Operation of the campaign. So he's a senator. I'm sure other details he can always produce on my behalf, because the documents are still with him. He has not handed over everything to me. Distinguished Senator Oshomele. So issues of security should be seen to be very, very important. I thank you, my senator, for bringing up this. But at the local situation, I always say that what we did in Plateau, security is not all about shooting. It's not all about that. That is, yes, it's good. But there are local issues, and some of these local issues will have to connect with diversity of the environment. And when it comes, because there you see ethno-religious crisis. It's not only banditry. Where you have ethno-religious crisis, the best way to handle it is through dialogue. It's through dialogue. That is why in my state we introduced the Peace Building Agency. And Mr. President commissioned it and recommended that to every state. Because when two tribes are fighting, it's not soldiers that will come and kill. You have to understand that Nigeria belongs to everybody. And so long as you are peaceful, so long as you are not into criminality, you have a right to live everywhere. And in that kind of situation, like Plateau, where we have 53 ethnic nationalities, it is not easy to govern. But it is easy to govern when you give everybody sense of responsibility, sense of recognition. And that is why in Plateau you have ethic. You have the ethic from Akwa Ibom. You have Yorubas. You have South, you have Fulani, you have different tribes. And in order to have peace in Plateau, you must give them that sense of recognition. That I did in the last 8 years. So if it is local, thank you, Mr. President.
Your Excellency, the nominee, I know that along. You were almost veering off into campaign. The Senate is made up of all political parties. So the people that even supported you the most are the people from the opposition parties. They are the ones who endorsed you. We that work with you, we can't even say anything because they've closed their mouth. They said they support you. And so, because they support you, and we have already endorsed you, and we nominated you, you don't need to preach to the converted. Just step forward and then take leave from the Senate. And I wish you luck. It's one Senate. One Senate. That's what I'm saying, one Senate. But if there's something I wanted to mention, but you people are not going to allow me to mention it. Will you allow me? Okay, so I won't mention the fact that Senator Napoleon Bali will be very relieved that he is going into the federal cabinet.
The former governor of Plateau State, Mr. Simon with the diversity of the state, calling on dialogue as the way forward in solving that situation. Interesting screening process there from the former governor of Plateau State, Mr. Simon Lalong, making his way right now to the
Distinguished colleagues, we have before us distinguished Senator Abubakar Atiku Bagudu, CON, immediate past governor of Kebbi State. Your Excellency, welcome to the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I mean, if you can give us a summarized version of your resume, and then your colleagues will now have the opportunity of asking you to enjoy your privilege. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, the President of the Senate, Senator Godswill Akpabio, the Deputy Senate President, the other Senate leaders, distinguished senators, especially my brothers from Kebbi State, Senator Mohammed Adamu Aleru, Senator Dr. Yahya Abdullahi, and Senator Garba Meduki. Your Excellency, thank you for varying your rules to stay longer hours in order to help in confirmation hearings as requested by Mr. President. Today I was followed here to support me by the Kebbi State Governor, Dr. Nasiru Idris, who has been with me since 8 a.m. and thank you for allowing him into the chambers. Equally, the National Organizing Secretary of our party, Alhaji Suleiman Muhammad Argun, as well as other leading supporters from Kebbi. Your Excellency, as you have rightly introduced, my name is Abubakar Atiku Bagudu, the immediate past governor of Kebbi State, 2 terms governor of Kebbi State. Before then, I was a member of this hallowed chamber, the 7th Senate, and earlier than that, I served 2 years from 2010 to 2011 as member of the 6th Senate, where I replaced distinguished Senator Muhammad Adamu Aleru, who in 2010 left the Senate to become a minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Equally, in this period, I was called upon and honored by my colleagues to serve as the chairman of the Progressive Governors Forum, in addition to a number of ad hoc assignments, which include being vice chairman to President Muhammadu Buhari in the National Food Security Council, which is a council that was designed to ensure that Nigeria keeps an eye on food security. Equally, I was the vice chairman of a presidential initiative to ensure that artisanal gold mining that is fraught with a lot of criminality rather than the opportunity that is in it is organized and made to help us organize the sector in order for the sector to contribute its its fair quota to our nation. Equally, I have handled a number of party assignments, most especially being twice the chairman of the campaign committee of Ekiti State gubernatorial elections. And just recently, I was one of the two nominees of the president, as he was then president-elect President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in the Presidential Transition Council. Your Excellency, I provided all my schooling and all my employment history, from lecturing to working in banks to being a World Bank scholar and having a stint at the World Bank IMF in Washington, and as well as interest in a number of companies, and while serving at one time as a special assistant to the Honorable Minister of Finance, Kalu Idukakalu. If time permits, Mr. President of the Senate, I can continue or I can stop there. Thank you. Thank you.
Distinguished colleagues, we have before us Senator Bagudu, and he has given a brief of himself. Is it the view of the Senate that he takes a bow? Yes.
Former governor of Kebbi State there, done with his screening process, taking a bow, as we've seen happen multiple times at today's screening. If you're just tuning in, you're joining us live on Channels Television at the ministerial screening of ministerial nominees. Just two of her four names there, and then of course Mr. Festus Keyamo added to that list, bringing the list of ministerial nominees to 48. And since then we've seen screenings of the former governor of Osun State, Adigboyega Itola, and of course we saw the screening exercise of Mr. Ibrahim Gaidam of Yobe State, Sabi Abdullahi of Niger State, Senator Heineken Lukobri of Bayelsa State, Mr. Tunji Alausa, Lagos State, and of course Senator Alkali Ahmed Saidu of Gombe State, and former governor of Plateau State, Simon Lalong, was screened today as well. And we just saw there Atiku Bagudu of Kebbi State, former governor of Kebbi State, being screened, bringing the total number of nominees screened by the Senate to 36. That is the number we're seeing right now, 36 out of 48. And making his way right now to the podium is the former governor of Zamfara State, Mr. Bello Matawale.
The immediate past. If you have anything to add to your resume, just summarize it briefly for the information of the general public and for the knowledge of all Nigerians. The floor is yours.
Your Excellency, the President of the Senate, Your Excellency, the Deputy Senate President, the leadership of the Senate, Your Excellency, permit me to name my senators from Zamfara State, especially the former governor of Zamfara State, Senator Abdulaziz Yari Abubakar, and Senator Sabiau, and Senator Ikra Aliu Bilbis, distinguished senators. My name is Bello Mohammed Matawalli, the nominee from Zamfara State. Your Excellency, let me thank Mr. President and the Commander-in-Chief of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for nominating me to be one of the ministers in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And let me thank His Excellency, the Senate President, for admitting me to this chamber for confirmation and screening. Your Excellency, sir, let me thank my former colleagues who are here with me and my friends like Senator Hassan Mohammed Gusau, Senator Binta Masi Garba, and the former Deputy Speaker of the House, Babangida Nguruje, Honorable Khadija Bukar Abba, Honorable Babagana Tijani Banki, and Honorable Mohammed Ahmad Sani. Your Excellency, I'm a former member of the House of Representatives from 2003 to 2015. I was the Chairman House Committee on Ethics and Privilege of the House from 2003 to 2007. And from 2007 to 2011, I'm a former Deputy Minority Whip, together with one of my colleagues that is here, Honorable and now Senator Ali Indume, and Senator and the former Governor of Sokoto State, Amin Waziri Tambuwal, and my friend, Honorable and now Senator Kawu Sumaila from Kano. Your Excellency, in 2011 and to 2015, I'm the Chairman of the House Committee on National Security and Intelligence of the House. In 2019, I became the Governor of Zamfara State. This is short of my resume, which I believe all the senators have my resume with them. Thank you, sir.
Distinguished Senator Yari.
Thank you very much, Mr. President of the Senate, as the chair, my distinguished colleagues. I remain Abdulaziz Abubakar. I represent Zamfara, Mr. President, and from Zamfara State. My brother, a friend, colleague in the House of Representatives, my colleagues who have heard of him, and as a privilege, Mr. President, we all of us from Zamfara State, we have met and agreed to adopt the nomination of
Muhammad Bello Matawale. So therefore, I requested Mr. President and my colleagues to allow the privilege as read by the leader of the Senate to take bow and go. Mr. President, I so submit.
Distinguished Senator Yaradua.
Thank you, Mr. President, sitting as the chair. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I am Abdulaziz Musa Yaradua, representing the good people of Katsina Central. I'm from Katsina State. Mr. President, I rise to support my brother, His Excellency Senator Abdulaziz Yari, that the nominee before us, having qualified to be one of those that should take a bow, I want to submit that this Senate, my distinguished colleagues, we should allow this nominee who has paid his dues. He has been a member of the House of Representatives. He has also been a governor, and he has told the path of those that have set records in this country. Having lost his election, he conceded defeat just the way the former president, Goodluck Jonathan, did. And I think he has made history, and it is the hope of this Senate that we get more people like them, more politicians who will act, when they are defeated, they save the nation of resources of going to court. So on that basis, I want to support what my brother, His Excellency, has mentioned, that we should allow him to take a bow and go. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Honestly, the gentleman before us is a politician and also a gentleman. And I've heard from you, but he mentioned so many names. As principal officer, he worked with the likes of former Speaker, former Governor of Sokoto State, and also worked with the civil senator from Kano. So I will spare the former speaker. But let me hear from Ismail Akawu whether he has anything to say before he takes a bow.
Mr. President, my dear respected colleague, I am Suleiman Abdurrahman Kawu Sumaila, OFR, representing Kano South Senatorial District. Mr. President, quite all right, Bello Muhammad Matawale is our colleague from 2003 to 2015. We served in the 6th Assembly with him as leaders of the House of Representatives. Muhammad Ali Ndume, Senator, as a leader, minority leader. I am a deputy minority leader. Of course, our former speaker and our Oga as a deputy chief whip of the House of the Representatives. Our current chief of staff, Pemi Baja, was a member of that leadership. I
I don't have much to say about Matole because we are very close. I know a lot about him. Jokingly yesterday, he told me that if for any reason any senator asks him a question, he will refer the question to Senator Ali Ndime because they are very close, they work together. I don't know, most of us, we don't know what they are doing before they came to the chamber of the House of Representatives, more especially if motions to do with opposition came in the floor of the House of Representatives. Quite all right, we commend our president, our dear president, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for appointing one of us, which we worked together with him for almost 2 decades, 20 years we are with him. And even when he is a governor, he do a wonderful job in curtailing the security situation of Zamfara State vis-a-vis Northwest. A very versatile politician, a philanthropic, a business tycoon, a good friend of the National Assembly, Dr. Bello Muhammad Matawale, the Matawale of Maradun, and I can't even mention his traditional titles across the Naija, even beyond Nigeria, Niger, Senegal, and other places. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, the Senate. Thank you for approving one of us to be member of the Federal Executive Council. Thank you. I so submit, Mr. President.
Thank you. Distinguished colleagues, even from the way you are speaking, it means you were itching to speak. So, Deputy Senate President, you've also been a landlord of the National Assembly, and you have a veteran of the National Assembly. Rang off so that he can now take a bow.
Barrow Jibril, Kano North. Mr. President, I am speaking on behalf of former members of House of Representatives who are in the current Senate. I've been mandated to tell this Senate that the nominee before us is someone that has paid his dues to the National Assembly of this country, to his state of Zamfara, and the entire Nigeria. That is a man of integrity, someone who has the passion to always work for his state and his country, and that we should not hesitate to confirm him to be the Minister of Federal Republic of Nigeria. That we are very sure that he will do his best in making robust contribution as a member of the cabinet of our dear President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. That we should support him, and we urge all our colleagues to support his confirmation. I just submit, Mr. President. And without further ado, they should be allowed to bow and go.
Well, the distinguished Deputy Senate President, if you wanted him to bow and go, you would not have continued the long speeches. So the reality on ground is that it's a familiar thought for him. He looks forward to meeting all of you. He has worked with you for a long time, and he knows all of you. And he had told me outside before I came in here that if there's any difficult question, I should please refer it to Senator Ndube. So, Senator, the chief whip of the 10th Senate, distinguished Senator Ndube, is there any difficult question so far?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, sir, I would have spoken, but maybe in a closed session. But since I'm not, he knows, Tambuwal, starting from him, he knows what happened. Kawu knows what happened. Leader knows what happened. DSP knows what happened. You know what happened. Yai, where is Yai? That is in a show, you know what happened. You want to know? No. For that reason, Mr. Chairman, I beg you that after taking a bow to the Senate, you should take a bow to us. And let him go.
But the privilege of the Senate, let us know what happened. Everybody wants to know what happened. Is it the view of the Senate that our brother and immediate past governor of Zamfara State, who graciously conceded defeat and stopped unnecessary expenses in court, should take a bow now and take leave of the Senate? Is it a view of the Senate that we should also commend Mr. President for bringing veteran politicians with integrity into the cabinet of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? We don't take a bow. Please, no. The nominee, yes, please, approach the chair. We have not yet confirmed you. So do what Senator Ndume said. Senator Ndume, Chief Whip, you said when he's leaving, he should also bow before those of you that know, that have an idea of what happened that time. So go ahead. Just a bow, not handshake. Thank you. I can give it to him. I can give it to him.
When he lost elections, nothing has happened.
Dr. Yaron? Dr. Yusuf Tango Sununu. Doctor, you know, I met you earlier in my office, and when I came to the House of Reps, I met you. Are you representing somebody or yourself? You are the one. I know I met him there. Congratulations. Congratulations. Please just give us a brief resume of yourself, and then the rest, my colleagues will direct.
The most distinguished Senate President, the Deputy Senate President, the body of the principal officers, distinguished senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I must also recognize the 3 senators from my state, Senator Adamu Aleru, whom I have been his personal physician for the past 25 years. Also, Senator Garba Meleki and Senator Yahya Abdullahi, and the Executive Governor of Kebbi State that was also here with us this morning. Distinguished Senate President, I was born 56 years ago. I attended Ngeski Primary School, from where I proceeded to Government Science Secondary School in Awuri, finished in 1986. I then proceeded to University of Usman Dan Fodio University, Sokoto. However, due to certain circumstances, the whole of our state was transferred to University of Maiduguri, where I graduated in 1996. I served in Government House Ado Ekiti in 1999, and I came back to Kebbi State, where I served for 6 months at the General Hospital Argungu. From there, I was transferred to be in charge of Government House Clinic and personal position to the then Executive Governor of Kebbi State, Senator Muhammad Adamu Aleru. There, after 5 years, I proceeded to do my specialization, and I became a consultant obstetrician and gynecologist in 2010. From there, I came back to the services of Kebbi State Government. Thereafter, I got transferred to Federal Medical Center at Kebbi, where I also proceeded to learn and practice minimal access surgery in gynecology as a subspecialty. In 2019, I voluntarily resigned my appointment and contested for the post of a member of House of Representatives, and I got elected. I was in the House for 4 years, and then got elected in 2023. During my stay in the House, I served as the Chairman House Committee on Healthcare Services, and in the 10th Assembly, I was also elected to the same post. Mr. President, sir, over the last 4 years, I came to realize that the burden in healthcare delivery is serious in the country, and there is need of a special consideration to be given to health. And I also realized in the last 4 years, there is, for health to be safe in this country, there must be a very good alignment between legislation and the executive, and I think that's the best way we can go out. And also we need to reprioritize and restore confidence, because right now the major problems in healthcare delivery has to do with confidence. Mr. President, sir, it will interest you to know that people will leave primary health center next to their door and move for many kilometers to go and waste time just to be consulted for malaria. And also we will realize that even in the tertiary hospitals, the confidence, especially of the elite group, is also not there. So what is needed is to see how we can organize the healthcare, and I believe the basic way we can do that is to strengthen our national health insurance in the country. And behold, I also participated actively in drafting further legislative activities that made it possible to have national health insurance authority in the country. And I believe that with Senate, there are areas that I know, even Mr. Senate President made a comment when I was listening, the issue of indigent people. It is my appeal that the National Assembly will consider the need for indigent fund to be so encroached in our budgetary line, and that will go a long way in sustaining the addition. Mr. Senate President, I'm a passionate believer of girl-child education and girl rights. Just recently, child education has been a problem in my constituency, and since I came and I was voted, Mr. President, I've been shouldering about 700 girl-child education through my girl-child support in terms of scholarship support. Mr. President, also reduced maternal mortality that has been so drastically affected in my constituency. I introduced free cesarean section, and as of today, we have operated over 2,895 women free of charge, and I also came with policy of restoring site for 500 patients, and Your Excellency, I will say that so far we have done 517, and we are planning to do another 200. By and large, I quite believe that in terms of the strategy of healthcare delivery in the country, the primary healthcare system must also be integrated and also must be addition. And there is very good of alignment. What I realized over the time is that at times legislation are passed with a federal character aimed to be at national, and the state are not carried along, and you find that buying in of the state governments become very, very difficult. For example, the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund that had been mentioned is a provision in the 2014 National Health Act of Nigeria, and Your Excellency, you find that the counter fund becomes so much difficult for the state to pay. Therefore, even at our own level as the committee, we have to come with a strategy that we are going to see how the state can get buy-in. And then on final note, I quite agree that alignment is very, very important. I want to start a very good example of where alignment has functioned very well. Mr. President, when the COVID-19 came, it became a serious issue. And I believe that is what the major challenge that has faced healthcare delivery in the country. In order to attempt, when we came, we only have 4 molecular laboratories that can diagnose COVID-19. When the the supplementary budget came, it came with a policy of having at least 3 molecular laboratory per state and per geopolitical zone. And the question raised by our committee then was, who will be responsible in terms of manpower, who will be responsible in terms of management and control? And the answer really become obvious that there is a serious gap. Because of the alignment between National Assembly and this thing, we had a due meeting, and that budget was now appropriated to take care of the 54 tertiary general hospitals in the country. And as today, one would be proud to say that every tertiary hospital of the federal government can diagnose and handle the issue of molecular diagnosis in the country. So also through that alignment, we have isolation centers and intensive care units all over the country. And therefore, I quite believe that where there is good understanding, amendment to benefit the country is something that's not only feasible, but can be easily done. I therefore also want to use this opportunity to thank Mr. President for finding me very worthy to be given the chance to serve as member of Federal Executive Council of Nigeria, and also to thank all those that have mentored me over the time to be where I am today. I must be grateful for the last 4 years in the House. I've learned a lot to do. On this note, I want to thank you very much for this rare opportunity to appear before you to present myself as a nominee of Mr. President, the appointment as a Federal Executive Council member. Thank you very much.
Right Honorable Dr. Yusuf Tango Sununu, I must thank Mr. President for your nomination on behalf of the Senate, and to say that yes, we are just screening. We are not confirming yet. We'll still take a look at your resume, and if there is any petition or others in totality in closed session before we come out with the confirmation and approvals. So, but for now, we believe strongly that your nomination shows the importance the current president places on healthcare delivery, because you are the second person we are interviewing today who has a lot of knowledge in different aspects of health. I'll say, yes, I think the six medical doctors. The last person that came was an expert in nephrology. You know, something about kidneys and all that. And I've done a lot in that direction. And you just confirm here now that you have done over 2,000 cesarean sessions almost free of charge for your people. So we want to plead that God Almighty will continue to imbue you with good health and with the heart for humanity to contribute more. And if confirmed by this Senate, please take the same zeal that you serve your community, your federal constituency, into serving the entirety of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. You may now step forward, take a bow, and go back. Distinguished colleagues, we have before us Honorable Savannah Beatrice Gisalo from the FCT. Our brother, we have your resume. But if you would like you to do a summarized version of your resume, and if you have anything else to add that is not contained in the resume, and you want Nigerians to know, you go ahead and say so. But I must say that since the inception of the current democratic practice in 1999, I think this is the first time we are having the Federal Capital Territory being given a ministerial slot. And for this, we must commend the current president, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who has come in to correct the wrongs of the past. I can see you are accompanied by veterans, including our very distinguished brother. When he joins our party, I'll mention his name. You have the floor.
The President of the Senate, the man we cherish, the Deputy Senate President, my own Senator, Ireti Kinkibe, Your Excellency, permit me, let me mention some of my colleagues that I was a member of Assembly 7 and Assembly 8. I've seen Senator Tambal, who was my speaker. I've seen Barry Mbi. I've seen Mangono, Senator Darlington. I've seen, Your Excellency, I didn't meet the Deputy Senate President, but I know he's a member of the House of Reps. And some of them, that even when I was a chairman, I know them of the local government. But let me still mention, the minority leader, Mango was my colleague in Assembly 7, Sunday Karimi, Senator Onao, Senator Kao, Senator Solomon, Mangono Hassan, Senator Sunday. I've mentioned your name, sir. I'll mention your name. And some of you, sir. The leader. We are all in Assembly 7. Senator Bamidele. Let me mention the only man from Borno State, too. Yes, sir. Your Excellency, the Senate President, let me put it in this way. Let me use this opportunity to thank Mr. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and the Vice President, Senator Shetima Kassim, for nominating me from FCT to be part of Federal Executive Council. It is a history that the good people of FCT will never forget this gesture. Mr. President, distinguished senators, my name is Zafanaya Bitu Gisalo. I'm a member of the Order of the Federal Republic, MFR. I'm born into the family of Mr. and Mrs. Kusa Gariki Gisalo. I'm from Gariki village in Abuja Municipal Council of the Federal Capital Territory. I'm a grandson of His Royal Highness Gisalo Daudu Sape Gariki, Abuja, his blessed memory. Your Excellency, distinguished senators, the Holy Bible of Zephaniah describes my name as the Lord mighty save. I'm married to Mrs. Zephaniah Florence Gisalo. I'm blessed with 3 children. 1, Kusa Solomon Zephaniah Gisalo, Gisalo Justice Zephaniah, and the only daughter, Anne Zephaniah Gisalo. She's a student of a medical student in one of our universities. Your Excellencies, let me mention that I was a local government chairman Abuja Municipal Council in 2000. I started in INEC 1990 to 2002, and I left INEC to join into politics, and I become the chairman of Abuja Municipal Council for 6 years. Your Excellencies, I left AMAC to come to the Green Chamber. I was elected as a member of Assembly 7, 2011 and 2015. I served in so many committees. If I can mention appropriation, constituent outreach, Naija data NDCC, FCT Area Council and Auxiliary Matters, Committee of Defense, Committee of National Security and Intelligence, and Committee of Sport. I'm also a member of Assembly 8. I have served as the Chairman Committee on FCT Area Council and Auxiliary Matters. Also served in the Committee of FCT, Committee of Nigeria Army, Committee of Custom Service, Committee of Federal Capital Commission, Committee on Water Resources, Committee on Public Account, Committee on Public Safety and Intelligence. I also serve in the ad hoc committee on Constitutional Review. Your Excellencies, I'm happy that I was a candidate of the All Progressive Congress, APC, of the Federal Capital Territory in 2019 general election. I lost to my brother, Senator Philip Aduda. He also lost recently. He's here with me. Your Excellency, the Senate President, I was honored by Mr. President to be the coordinator of APC Presidential Campaign Council 2023 general election, Tinubu general election. So I was the coordinator who coordinated the election of the FCT, and were able to defeat at least the PDP in FCT that would think they are the one leading the FCT. I'm happy when Labour, I don't want to mention. Your Excellency, Your Excellency, the Senate President, I'm happy. I'm from this home, Parliament. I will not forget this home. Wherever I go, I know that I know where I come from. Thank you very much.
Distinguished colleagues, you have the nominee in front of you. Do not mind the time. We'll close before 12 midnight. So it's important that we do a thorough job. And I didn't want to mention Senator Aduda, but he's the one that said Senator Aduda lost. But I don't think he lost. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here. He came here because he's very happy with the fact that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu won. So, distinguished Senator Aduda, thank you for supporting the President and supporting the nominee. This had always been your prayer, that the FCT should have a nominee. Now, FCT has a nominee. The confirmation or rejection is left to the Senate, and we shall communicate it to you in due course. But is there anybody that has a question? Okay. We must be sensitive to the feelings of our colleagues. Distinguished Senator Hajia Kingibe, you want to ask a question?
Standing Order 10, I'm Distinguished Senator Ireti Kingibe, not Distinguished Senator Hajia Kingibe. Just slight correction on my name. And I would like to commend and support my nominee.
Stop. You correcting the interpretation of your name by the Senate President? Because our rule is very clear. Our rule is clear that it's the Senate President that does the interpretation of our rules. So, if I interpreted your name to include Hajia, are you questioning the interpretation by the Senate President? Anyway, you can proceed.
I would like to, first of all, congratulate my nominee and all of FCT for this nomination. We are all extremely happy and proud. We would like to thank the President and the Vice President for actually making this a reality, something we have been wishing and hoping for a very long time. I would also like my distinguished colleagues that my nominee comes highly recommended. I have known him for so many years. Before he became local government chairman, he went through 2 terms. After that, 2 terms in the House of Rep. So he is well known to me and definitely qualified to be minister. And therefore, I will urge all of you, according to the protocol that we have been following, that as a member of the House 2 terms, that he should also take a bow. And that's what I want to say. We are so happy that I'm actually speechless, which you all know I'm never speechless. Thank you very much.
Distinguished Senator Ireti Kingibe. And my distinguished colleagues, is it the view of the Senate that the nominee should take a bow? Distinguished colleagues, we have before us Prince Abubakar Audu Jr. If we have your resume, if there is anything that you want to add to your resume to enable the Nigerian public know about you, and also our distinguished brothers and sisters, please go ahead. The floor is yours.
Go ahead. Your Excellency, the Senate President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, distinguished Senator Godswill Obot Akpabio, Your Excellency, the Deputy Senate President
of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Barau Jibrin. Your Excellencies, distinguished senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Your Excellency, Mr. Senate President, with your permission, I would like to specifically acknowledge the senators from my state, the 3 senators from my state. I'd like to start with the senator from Kogi Central Senatorial District, Senator Abubakar Sadiq Ohere. Then I'll move to the senator from the Kogi Western Senatorial District, Senator, distinguished Senator Steve Karimi. And very importantly, the distinguished senator from my own zone, which is Kogi East, and my father-in-law. My father-in-law, yes. Distinguished Senator Jibril Issa Echocho. Your Excellency, the President of the Senate, I would also like to use this opportunity to specifically thank the Executive Governor of Kogi State, who has deemed it very fit and important to personally be here this evening, Alhaji Yaya Adoza Bello, the White Lion of Kogi State. I would also like to acknowledge our APC governorship candidate, Alhaji Usman Jibrin, Alhaji Usman Ododo, as well as the rest of the entourage here this evening. Your Excellencies, distinguished senators, my name is Prince Shoaib Abubakar Audu. I was born on 6th of November 1980. So I'm 42 years old. To the family of late Prince Abubakar Audu and late Hajia Habibat Rebecca Audu. Prince Abubakar Audu was a colleague of many of you distinguished senators here today. He was also a colleague of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Thank you all this evening. I would like to talk through my resume very briefly. I went to primary school in Plateau Private Primary School from 1986 to 1991 in Jos Plateau State, following which I went to Command Secondary School for 3 years, from 1991 to 1993, Command Secondary School in Kaduna. I then moved on to Igbinidion Secondary School in Benin City, Edo State, where I wrote my SSCE, Senior Secondary School Certificate, and graduated with 7 A's and 1 C. I then proceeded to the United Kingdom, where I went to the University of Leicester for 4 years. And I graduated with
a bachelor's degree in business economics with a 2:1 degree. I went further to do my master's in MSc International Securities and Investment Banking from Henley Business School, University of Reading, UK. I then capped it off with a master's degree and MBA degree from the University of Oxford, United Kingdom. As you all know, University of Oxford is one of the finest universities in the world, and also the oldest university in this English-speaking world, at over 800 years old. My professional career over the last 20 years was spent in investment, corporate and investment banking, as well as asset and pension fund management. I spent the last 20 years at Stanbic IBTC Bank. I joined the then investment banking and trust company in the global markets division or treasury division for 2 years, where I traded fixed income securities and bonds. I then moved on subsequently to the pensions business when the Pensions Reform Act was signed into law by the then President Olusegun Obasanjo. We went ahead to set up Stanbic IBTC Pension Managers Limited, which is currently the largest pension fund administrator in Nigeria. I helped to set up the investment management desk, where I was the head of the investment management team. I then moved on to the asset management business of Stanbic IBTC, where I rose to become an executive director at the asset management subsidiary. The asset management subsidiary is also the largest asset management business in Nigeria. I also carried out that role concurrently with being appointed the Chief Executive Officer of the venture capital business at Stanbic IBTC, of which financials reported directly to the investment banking business. During my 20-year career, I spent some time at Bank of New York Mellon in conjunction with the banking company I was working with to manage the CBN FX reserves. There was an arrangement that was signed back then, which has since terminated. That arrangement allowed me to work and do some trainings at Bank of New York Mellon in Boston, Massachusetts. I also spent some time at Credit Suisse First Boston in the global headquarters at Zurich, Switzerland, where we helped to manage over $800 million of the CBN FX reserves. Having spent the last 20 years in investment banking and asset management, I decided to take all the skills I had gathered from the private sector to participate in partisan politics. And I ran for governor of Kogi State at the recently concluded elections, at the recently concluded primary elections
in Kogi State. I was one of the leading candidates. There were 18 of us that went in, and I finished in 4th position. Initially, I had gone to court to challenge the outcome, but being a party man, and the fact that I remembered that my father, Prince Abubakar Audu, was one of the founding members of the All Progressives Congress in 2013, I wanted a solution that was in the best interest of the party and decided to withdraw my court case and wholeheartedly support our governorship candidate. Having supported our governorship candidate, we also used the opportunity to thank the President of the Federal Republic for deeming it fit to nominate me as a ministerial nominee. I think this is the message to the world that the President is a talent hunter and the President believes in giving the youth of Nigeria an opportunity to excel in their areas of competence or desire. And I want to also thank the governor of Kogi State for deeming it fit to put my name forward to the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to nominate me as a minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I think I'll stop there and just use that opportunity to thank all the distinguished senators that are here today. Thank you very much, sirs. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Senator.
Prince, we welcome you and we thank Mr. President for this nomination. May the soul of your late father rest in perfect peace. We also acknowledge the presence of the white elephant. Is it white lion? White lion, and one of the youngest governors ever produced in Nigeria, Governor Yahaya Bello. I always tell you, you ran before the not too young bill was passed into an act of parliament. So welcome to the chambers. I know that everybody in Kogi would like to say something, but let me start with Senator Karimi.
Thank you, our esteemed President, my distinguished colleagues. Thank you, my governor, for being here. Mr. President, my colleague, the man before you is a well-schooled, well-mannered man. You can see his CV. There is no any adulteration in this CV. We are very proud of him. His NYC is very clean. Mr. President, I want to recall an incident in Kogi State in 2019. We had an election that was well conducted and running to an end. Suddenly, around 4-5 a.m., 2015, I meant to say 2015. Suddenly, around 4-5 a.m., on the following day, the man that was winning the election, suddenly, he was no longer, he gave up. This is the man, this is the son of the man. And the man contributed a lot to Kogi State. He loved our state so much, he gave his all for Kogi State. Having his son as a minister is a tribute to the man.
So, in other words, you are lost for words. I want to thank President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for going back to that heritage to produce a son of that family as an incoming minister, if confirmed by the Senate. Thank you so much for your contribution. Distinguished Senator Ningi.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Senator Abdul Ningi, and I represent Bauchi Central of Bauchi State. Let me join you, Mr. President, in congratulating the young minister nominee, Prince Shaibu. I don't like to call him a boy, but he's a young man that we are all proud of. And also thank President Ahmed Bola Tinubu for looking at young men like that. Mr. President, Shaibu is from Kogi State. And anytime I pass through Lokoja, two things come to my mind. One, as a confluent state, and you see the water passing under that bridge, and you visit other countries of the world, especially developed countries, places like that are supposed to be a tourist attraction. And I want to ask Shaibu whether he also imagines so, and if he does that, if he's made a minister of trade and tourism, what does he think of making Kogi a tourist attraction? My second question too has to do with the resources of Kogi as a fish producing community. It is a fishing producing community that is still archaic. You pass through Lokoja, you see a lot of fish, but there are no storage, there are no equipment, so there are no means of processing. So if you are made the Minister of Water Resources, what do you think you can do for your people in order for them to be able to have the state of the art in the fishing industry? Because you are a well-traveled man, I'm sure you see the fishing business in America, in Sweden, in Netherlands, what in Morocco, and even in Algeria. What will you do if you are made Minister of Water Resources and then you are saddled with that responsibility? That's my question.
Distinguished Senator Naija.
Thank you, Mr. President. My learned colleagues, I'm Neda Imaswain, Senator representing Edo South Senatorial District. Prince Audu, I congratulate you for this nomination. I recognize that you attended one of the finest schools in the world, beginning from your foray at the Igbeniju Education Center in Benin. Congratulations. Now, given your experiences in banking, I don't know what portfolio you'll be assigned to, but I want to think that you also will be in one of the advisory councils in economics of this country. What will you do to address this issue of our Naira devaluation? Because it's actually affecting trade and commerce and the overall well-being of Nigerians. What exactly will you do to help the President and the Economic Council in addressing the issue of our Naira devaluation. Thank you.
Distinguished Senator Sadiku.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. Mr. President, I want to put before you this afternoon or this evening that we have one of the most qualitative nominees, finest ever presented by any regime in this country standing before you today. Mr. President, I am proud of my product and he's open to any question. Mr. President, we have here Prince Shaibu from Kogi State, well experienced and well trained with background on business, education, and economy. Mr. President, with background on business, education, and economy. Mr. President, our duty this afternoon as a senator from Kogi State is that we are united. We are united to appeal to our colleagues to please accept this nominee as a nominee of the Senate, bearing from the fact that the nominee standing before you, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, is an in-law to one of us who has paraded very extensive credentials, and above all, is a disciplinarian, industrious, and very, very hardworking young man that we believe that, if considered, will add well into the Federal Executive Council contributions and make Nigeria more meaningful for all of us. But however, Mr. President, I will end by asking him how he's feeling now about the business community in Nigeria. The ease of doing business in Nigeria is gradually becoming a difficult one, especially judging from the recent hike in tariffs and all other things connecting to business. I will want him, Mr. President, to advise or explain to this hallowed chamber how he can use experience to advise the federal government on how to smoothen the ease of business, doing business in Nigeria. And beyond that, I want to appeal to my distinguished senators and colleagues that the nominee eventually should be allowed to take the leave of the Senate pending consider after he has successfully answered the questions. Thank you, sir.
Yes, distinguished brother Sadiku, you want him to take leave, and at the same time you're asking him question. So, but he has to answer the question here. Yes. Let me recognize distinguished Senator Manu Haruna. Am I right? Haruna Manu, right? Okay, the distinguished senator from Taraba. No? Yes. The one raising his hand. Is it not the one? Huh? Is it Gombe? I'm right. Huh? But it's Manu. It's Manu. It's even Senator Manu, right? Huh? The one standing.
Thank you, Mr. President, sitting as chair. My name Anthony Siakoyaro from Gombe South.
No. You know Senator Manu Haruna, the former deputy governor of Taraba. But I recognize you and you did not want to speak. So let him finish, then you can now talk. Please go ahead, Ijago.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Nominee, we congratulate you for being here in the Senate for confirmation hearing, and we thank President Ahmed Bola Tinubu for inputting young blood into the system. We are very happy for that. Looking at your resume, fine banker, and I want to commend you also for walking through yourself, being your own. I mean, not relying on your background to be, to carry along yourself diligently all through your CV. What I want to note is, in case you are assigned to any finance portfolio, be it budget planning or Ministry of Finance, the general thinking in our parlance, in the government parlance, is that we go a borrowing, defining borrowing capacity as a percentage of GDP. I view that as extremely unrealistic. Unrealistic because when you come to paying back your debt or servicing it, you service it from revenue. So if you want to look at it realistically, Mr. Nominee, will you agree that it's better to, I'm talking this because of the background of our position of debt today, running to over 70, that let's look at it realistically as you continue to work, that when we are looking at capacity to borrow, that we look at our revenue, our capacity in our revenue, not GDP. Because when you are paying or servicing, you can't do it from that GDP. So let's not go a borrowing and go to the level that we cannot service or repay principal at a time. What's your thinking about that? Thank you.
Senator Manu Haruna.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am Senator Haruna Manu. I represent the good people of Taraba Central. Mr. President, even though I don't have the resume of the nominee, let me use this opportunity to congratulate him. From what I have heard, Mr. President, the nominee presented a very, very impressive credentials. And I'm happy, and I'm sure, at the same time, I know the youth in this country will be happy with Mr. President. Nominating not only youths, but youths that have the wherewithal when eventually this Senate confirms them. I know that they will bring their experiences to bear in this government. Mr. President, I commend Mr. President and at the same time congratulate the nominee. Mr. Nominee, congratulations in advance. Thank you.
Distinguished Senator Orwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am Orwell Onyeso. I represent the good people of Rivers East. I'm not going to ask him a question. I'm going to make a remark about a young man, Prince Abubakar Audu. I see him as a marvel to behold. A very honest young Nigerian. Since we started this screening, from the papers they've submitted, he has paid the highest amount of tax to the federal government. He is a sound mind, a highly experienced, youthful Nigerian.
Yes, Senator Orwell Onyesu. I wanted to hear what you said. You said since we started screening that the young man has paid the highest amount of tax, more than all the senators. So go ahead. Take it again.
Yes, I mean, from among the nominees. And I see him as a very sound mind. For a young man, he's hugely experienced. He's clean, urbane, and supremely humble. Yes, because he's the son of a very renowned Nigerian governor, and whose in-law is also a senator. But you can see how humble he's been. I support his nomination and I recommend him as the true mascot of the Nigerian youth. Don't disturb me. Allow me to say something. Mr. President, I support his nomination 100%. This young man does not need his father's name, nor his father-in-law's membership of the Senate to survive as one of those who should serve in the new ESCO that is coming up. I thank you, I thank members of the Senate, I thank the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That's my remark.
Distinguished Senator Issa Jibrin Echocho. Nothing to add. Well, if there is nothing to add, then yield the floor. You are the in-law. If there is nothing to add, then yield the floor to distinguished Senator Alero. Huh? Or is the in-law? So distinguished Senator Alero.
Come on.
Thank you, Mr. President, sitting in the chair. My distinguished colleagues, Mr. Nominee. Mr. President, let me start by thanking President Commander-in-Chief for appointing our son to be the minister if confirmed by this Senate. I'm talking about class of 1999, and actually there are only two of us that are here. Class of 1999 governors, myself and the OG Kalu.
So on behalf of all the class of 1999, let me thank Mr. President, Commander-in-Chief, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for appointing this young man to serve in his cabinet, if confirmed by the Senate. Mr. President, I look at the CV of this gentleman. It is very, very rich. And in it, I found that he managed about $2 billion worth of pension fund. Presently, the Nigerian Pension Commission has well over 17 trillion naira in its kitty. And a lot of people are of the opinion that these pension funds can be used to fund the infrastructure, even though the head of the civil service of the Federation and many other civil servants are of the opinion that pension fund is not meant for that. But in many countries in the world, they use pension funds to fund the infrastructure. I want to ask the nominee whether it is advisable to use pension funds to fund infrastructure in Nigeria, because there is a serious deficit in our infrastructure and money is badly needed. And that's why we even go borrowing to ensure that we provide the necessary infrastructure for the economy to survive. And I want the nominee to comment on this. Thank you, Mr. President.
Distinguished Senator Darlington Okocha.
Order. Thank you, Mr. President of the Senate and dear colleagues. My name remains Darlington Okocha. I speak for the entire Nigeria, Betabia Central in particular. Mr. President of the Senate, I want to express my happiness for the young man before us. That gives a whole lot of hope for the younger ones. And I want to commend the sitting governor that recommended you. Because coming from your background, what most people should have expected was a fisticuff, some kind of fight, rivalry. At the end of the day, you'll be subdued. But I can see from your resume that it's well studied. So you needed some level of visibility and exposure. And I thank God that today history has been made because you are standing before the Senate. Having known that your father passed through this route, and you're passing through another route, that is the executive, I'm very happy about that. I've looked through your resume. I just want to say one thing, because for whatever that is worth today, if you find yourself as one of the ministers, you have to encourage the youth to a very great extent. Encouraging the youth has to do a whole lot with technology, which is the hub of today's development globally. I want to know, what do you have to do about fintech? Because it has its own advantages and disadvantages. If we encourage the youth effectively to delve into, drive into, and have the central fulcrum of knowing all about fintech in today's Nigerian economy and globally, or otherwise to see how to arrest those disadvantages that had to do with fintech introduction in Nigeria. What will you do at the end of the day to help our economy in this direction? Thank you.
I think the nominee has enough questions to answer. And even this last one, because your appointment will encourage a lot of youth. And today you are a role model for Nigerian youth. So you speak to Nigerian youth through this question.
Distinguished Senate President, Senator Godswill Akpabio, and all the other distinguished senators present. I would take all the questions, the similar questions, I will try to combine them. The first question was on Kogi State being a place that can tap into tourism or fish producing community. What would we do to facilitate some of the water resources that are available in Kogi State for the benefit of the country? Just to mention, like you all know, distinguished senators, Kogi State is the confluence city where the longest rivers in Nigeria, River Niger and River Benue, meet. And based on that, as well as the habitat there are a lot of natural resources in Kogi State. I believe that some of the things that can be done to enhance tourism is already being done by the current governor in terms of infrastructural development. I think that the APC government can ramp up on that with the new administration that will come in after November, which would generally facilitate and help tourism across the state. It's important to know that there are various places and countries, around the world, some of the things that they've done to succeed, which we can learn from. The likes of Dubai, which 50 years ago was almost a desert, today has unbelievable amounts of buildings, and most of their monies are gotten from tourism. I think that there are ways of learning from those environments, even in terms of trying to even bring in some additional consultants to make some, additional recommendations from those environments. The water resources, I think some of the pollutions and some of the things that are done are affecting the habitat. I think those things need to be looked at diligently so that the habitat in terms of the water resources can be looked at, and that can grow the fishing and tourism industry. In terms of the other question from the distinguished senator from Edo South, Senator Imas Swen, what I would do to use my experience in banking, if I'm on the Economic Advisory Council, and how the Naira devaluation would be mitigated. First of all, I would like to acknowledge that liberalizing the FX policy was one of the most brilliant decisions that the President of the Federal Republic could have taken, and he took that decision on day one of this new administration, because the FX reserves was bleeding and a lot of money was being expended on defending the Naira when the parallel market was trading at a much higher rate and creating an arbitrage opportunity for people to take money where it's discounted and then make supernormal profits. And I think the President, with his experience, has done a great deal. I think once investors see, and they've acknowledged from the World Bank reports and from the international reports that have been generally coming out, it's clear that the decision is the right one. In terms of the amount of foreign inflows that have come in to Nigeria, that has increased. I think over time, once there's a build-up and the economic policy is heading in the right direction, it would enable us to be able to defend the to be able to bring in additional foreign inflows, which will reduce some of the FX pressures that we're getting. So I believe that over time, as some of the key things are being put in place, whether it's in terms of ramping up production capabilities in agriculture and exporting various commodities from Nigeria, that would help to mitigate the devaluation problem. So I believe the devaluation problem is a problem that the President of the Federal Republic will tackle effectively over time. There was also the question of, in terms of ease of doing business, and what would be my advice to the federal government of Nigeria as a member of the Federal Executive Council, if I'm fortunate enough to be confirmed as a minister by these hollowed chambers. Just to mention that the Nigerian economy is a massive one. The total size of the GDP is $470 billion. So that has made us the largest and most important economy in Africa. Currently, we're the 30th biggest economy in the world. And I believe that with some of the measures that the President has put in place, I believe we can significantly tap into the potential of Nigeria and increase our rankings and move closer to being the top 20 and being part of the G20 economies over the President's 8-year tenure, which I believe he would definitely do by the special grace of God. There was also a question on the portfolio, based on my experience, whether it would be trade and investment or budget and planning or finance, and the question around borrowing and versus the GDP ratio. Just to mention that, based on my experience over the last 20 years, like I mentioned, corporate and investment banking, those three portfolios would be ideal, either of any of them. But I think it's very important to make the point that I'm here to serve the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and whatever portfolio that the President deems fit to give me, I'm ready to serve the country with all my heart and give it my best. And I just want to assure the hollowed chambers here that I would defer and trust the judgment of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. In terms of the borrowing rate versus the GDP ratio, it's very clear that we have borrowed excessively relative to particularly revenue as opposed to the GDP ratio. If you look at the borrowing versus GDP, it's very easy to say there is still headroom to increase the amount of borrowing. But if you look at the revenue that is being generated by the Federal Republic of Nigeria, that leaves a lot to be desired. But I think it's also very important that the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria has put very concrete measures in place. I know, the process of removing the fuel subsidy could be painful, but is the right decision. And I think that is going to create a lot of room to be able to bring about development in the country. And the President has announced a number of palliatives that are ongoing, and discussions are currently being held on things like the minimum wage. And I think the bottom line is that once a number of all these measures are addressed, then the borrowing capacity of the government increases tremendously, and we can do more and make this country very great. There was also a comment on paying the highest amount of tax by distinguished Senator Orwell from Rivers, and I want to appreciate that comment. As a patriotic Nigerian, I'm very happy to pay my tax. But I think that just to mention that a number of tax incentives can also be put in place, and the President has put in place quite a number of tax incentives very recently to make the business environment very friendly, and the President, in his wisdom, is taking the right measures. Just to also address the question on the 17 trillion assets in the pension fund space, which is very critical. Yes, I fundamentally believe that a significant chunk of that money should be used to fund infrastructure. Part of the problem is that we're facing in this country and in the pension environment is that a lot of this long-term money is being used to invest in short-term investment instruments. And I think that causes a significant mismatch. So I know there are risks around returns and all of that, but I think developing and building the Nigerian economy is more important than anything else. So that would be my submission. I believe that a significant percentage should be invested in infrastructure, and that is currently being done, but more can be done. And the other question on fintechs and what we do about it, I believe fintech is a booming market and industry in Nigeria, and the fintech space has done tremendously well in such a short period of time. I believe of the top 10 unicorns, the companies that have grown, the fintech companies that have grown to $1 billion over the last year across the African continent, about 60-70% of that of those companies are Nigerian companies. So the fintechs are onto something. I believe regulations can be put around it to ensure that no fintech goes rogue, and to ensure that investors' monies are protected and they are doing the right business the right way. And just the final comment from the distinguished Senate President, His Excellency Senator Godswill Akpabio, on encouraging the youths. I believe that the President has shown that he believes in the youth. The Nigerian youths are one of the most talented youths anywhere in the world. And once you work hard and you have the right qualifications and you don't take shortcuts, I believe that the system would recognize you ultimately. So thank you very much, Mr. Senate President. God bless.
I think the nominee has acquitted himself very creditably. Is it the view of the Senate that he be allowed to bow and take leave of the Senate? Those who are supposed to say aye. Those who are against say nay. The ayes have it. Well done, well done.
And with that, Prince Shuaibu Abubakar Audu of Kogi State, the nominee of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, makes his way out of the Senate chamber right now. Of course, you heard the Senate President call him Abubakar Audu Jr. because he is the son of late Prince Abubakar Audu. And as we heard from the conversations here today, the son-in-law to Senator
taking over. Just take your.
Mr. Nominee, welcome to the Nigerian Senate. We have your resume. Just give us a brief of your resume and try to add one or two things that are not contained herein. And then you answer a few questions from the distinguished senators.
Your Excellency, the Senate President, distinguished Senator Godwin Afavio, Your Excellency, the Deputy Senate President, Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu, my senators from Kano, distinguished Senator Rufai Sani Hanga, distinguished Senator Abdurrahman Kawu Sumaila, distinguished senators, the principal officers of the 10th Senate, distinguished senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the senior special assistant to the President, distinguished Senator Abdullah Guma, members of the press. My name is Abdullah T. Mohammed Gorzo. I'm 62 years, getting to 63 years in the next 1 month. I was born at Kwari Geso in Gorzo local government of Kano State on the 23rd September 1960. I'm a Nigerian, married with children. I finished my primary school in the year 1977 at Gorzo Day Primary School. I went Gorzo Secondary School from 1977 to 1979. From there, I went to Science Secondary School, Dawakin Kudu in Kano State from 1979 to 1982. There and then I went to School of Basic Studies, SBS Zaria, from 1982 to 1983. I was enrolled in the Department of Science, Textile Science and Technology, ABU Zaria, from 1983 to 1988. I went for national service in Bendel State, 1988 to 1989 in Asaba, Delta State, now present Delta. After the service, I joined politics, where I joined Social Democratic Party, SDP, and I was elected local government chairman. That is from 1991 to 1993. After that period of time, I went for another election under National Center Party of Nigeria, the same local government election from 1997 to 1998. Then I was appointed caretaker chairman from 2003 to 2004. Elected chairman Gwarzo local government again from 2004 to 2007. Chairman Alugon Kano State chapter 2004 to 2007. Special advisor to Kano State governor on special duties 2007 to 2007 again. Elected deputy governor Kano State under AMPP. I was a running mate of Mala Ibrahim Shekaro from 2007 to 2011. I was given Ministry of Water Resources as overseer. Then after that period, I went for governorship election under the platform ACN to 2011. Then I was given, after the formation of the APC, I was the interim chairman of the party in Kano State. That is 2013 to 2014. I was also the chairman, a member of the board of trustees of the APC in 2014. Then chairman governing council of the Federal College of Education Zaria from 2021 to 2020 to date, to 2023. Special assignments. I was Amirul Hajj, Kano State Amirul Hajj, 2007. Convener Kano State APC for Justice and Equity Committee 2014. Chairman Oyo State APC Congress Committee 2018. Secretary Adamawa State APC Primary Election Committee 2018. Chairman Kebbi State House Assembly Primary Election Committee 2022. Leader of the Kano State Contingent to FIFA World Cup South Africa 2010. Leader of the Kano State Contingent Leader of the Kano State Contingent to FIFA World Cup South Africa 2010. Leader of the Kano State Contingent to Water Sanitation Conference in Colorado 2009. So these are some of the achievements I have made during this period of time. So it is with great honor and humility that I stand before you today as a nominee for the position of Minister in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I am deeply grateful for this opportunity to share my vision, experience, and plans for serving our great nation. Firstly, I would like to express my gratitude to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, for nominating me for this esteemed position. I assure him and the entire nation that if confirmed, I will bring forth my utmost dedication, commitment, and position to fulfill the responsibilities entrusted in me. So these are some of my commitments. So in the final note, God willing, if eventually confirmed by this August Senate as a Minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, irrespective of the ministry I will be assigned to by Mr. President, I will bring to bear my wealth of experience by ensuring that all government policies are given human face in such a way that they will be in consonance with the primary purpose of the President's renewed hope objective of making life meaningful to the masses, which I trust will be very much achievable with the kind support of this distinguished Senate. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, Deputy Senate President.
Thank you, Mr. President, sitting as the chair. I am Barrow Jibril, representing Kano North. Mr. President, let me start by commending Mr. President for bringing forward this patriot, a gentleman by excellence, an absolute politician, someone who has served this country in various capacities as one of his nominees to serve in his cabinet. Mr. President, Engineer Tijani Mohammed Gwarzo is known to everybody in Kano State. He's known both young and old. Why? Because he's a man of the people. He has served this country and he has served Kano State in various capacities. A former chairman of local government council during the SDP era. He was one of those politicians that worked very hard through all difficulties to make Abiola, MQ Abiola of blessed memory, the acclaimed winner of the presidential election that took place then, to win that election. It's a progressive recall, like myself. We are progressive politicians. Well, I know Senator Alero knows, when you say somebody is NSE, you know what that means. It's NSE to the core. He was a student of Malam Aminu Kano, then later became a political student and son of late Abubakar. You know what that means? He did everything very well when he was chairman of local government of Gwarzo, rose through the ranks, served as commissioner, then became the deputy governor under Malam Ibrahim Shekaru. Thereafter, he became the pioneer chairman of APC in Kano State. He was the sole administrator. He was an administrator of that party. In fact, he participated very well in the formative stages of APC. He was one of those that went to Zamfara. Went to Zamfara when we signed the accord. It was ANPP, we signed the accord to bring parties together to form the APC. He did, he was in the front row. And when our dear president showed interest to become the president, he was one of those that really stood by him to win the election. Mr. President, this gentleman has paid his dues. He has paid his dues. And is a patriot by excellence. And as a politician, so I want to urge all of you to please take cognizance of his track record, to please allow him, probably make some commendations. I know Senator Tambo would like to speak on his behalf, and also Yari, who has been his political friend, and others, so that he can take his leave. Mr. President, so submit. Thank you very much.
Yes, the distinguished Senator Ekong Samson.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Ekong Samson. I speak for Akwebom South, oil rich. I want to convey my deep congratulations to the nominee. I have gone through his CV. One aspect that thrills me is his background in Algon. We recall that our local government system right now is under pressure. So much is being expected of the grassroots, and if we have a more efficient system, this country will be the better for it. I would like to ask the nominee, as the former chairman of Algon, who has a very rich background here, what do we need to do to strengthen the workings of the grassroots? Because if councils are strengthened, much of the concerns on security will have been addressed in this country. So, from your background as a former council chairman, and given your background in Algon, what do we need to do to make the system more functional? Thank you.
Yes, Distinguished Senator Yari.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Let me first congratulate the nominee and also thank Mr. President for nominating the loyal person to the highest order. Mr. President, I think the nominee, his resume can speak for him. Being Deputy Governor, Algon Chairman, and so forth and so forth, respectively. I think, Mr. President, considering where we are, and we're already 19 minutes to 7. 19 minutes more to 7 o'clock, Mr. President. I think we have paid our dues too, as it pays dues. So, Mr. President, I will add my colleague to allow His Excellency, the nominee, to take the lead of the Senate. So, Mr. President, graciously, if you can ask the question, I think I'll get my motion will go without seconding. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Distinguished Senator Yari, it's not so, we are on a national assignment. It's not so much 19 minutes to 7. If you need to pray by 7, you go and pray. But the prayer will be for God to strengthen us to continue in this national assignment. And if you also wish that we step down the nominee to report tomorrow, I will also direct that accordingly. It's the wish of the Senate. So the distinguished Senator Ismaila Kau, you will notice something. When the Deputy Senate President from Kano spoke, he spoke on behalf of the good people of Kano. So you coming to raise your hand again means you want to counter the Deputy Senate President. Okay, counter the Deputy Senate President.
Mr. President, my dear respective colleagues, I am Suleiman Abrahaman Kau Sumaila, representing Kano, yes, South Senatorial District. Mr. President, I raise my hand to second the motion heavily moved by distinguished Senator Abdulaziz Yari that the time is against us. Yes, we are doing a national assignment, which is very paramount in the life of this country. But it happens that the nominee too must go and observe his prayer because it is only 2 minutes remain for him to go and do his own. Then we will continue with what we are doing individually. I so second the motion of distinguished Senator Abdulaziz Yari to allow the nominee, based on the recommendation of Deputy Senate President, to go. Then we will continue with our business here up to 12 midnight. I so submit distinguished. We don't need to go. Yes, we are here to finish, but allow him to go. Yes, we are finishing today.
We'll end not like this.
It is national
screening. Well, the Order 52, sub 4. A senator must confine his observations to the subjects under discussion and may not introduce matter irrelevant thereto. So, starting from Senator Yari down to Senator Kau, you must confine yourself to the confirmation and screening taking place here. Don't introduce matters irrelevant thereto. So, two of you are ruled out of order. Senator Hanga.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'm Senator Rufai Hanga, representing Kano Central. The nominee, Mr. President, is what the DSP described. We all support it, and he has spoken for us. We had a meeting, the three of us, and agreed that he should speak for us. So my prayer now, Mr. President, is he has spoken enough, and I don't think there is any more question to be asked of this man. My prayer is for us to let him bow and go. My appeal, sir. Yes, sir.
That is why the words of our elders are words of wisdom. Distinguished Senator Hanga, thank you for confining your speech to the what we are doing here. The nominee, it is not because of time that we are allowing you to go. It is because we believe you are capable of answering all questions. So we will not keep you throughout the day. So answer the few questions and thereafter you take a bow. No, somebody asked him about local government administration and his experiences in Argonne. And if he's in the Federal Executive Council, what he can do to strengthen local government administration in Nigeria. Is that not a relevant question?
Distinguished Mr. President, for local government administration to be okay, especially to do with the security situation we are in today, only two answers. Number one, autonomy of local government, and the number two, local government elections shall be transparent. If we are able to do that, that's all. Yes.
He has made two suggestions, that improvement in the security situation in all nooks and crannies of the country, and then at the same time, the autonomy of the local governments, for funds to go directly to the local governments. I think that had always been the position of the legislature in Nigeria. And then the third part of it is that for transparency in elections, the elections should not be handled by the states. They should be transferred to INEC or a national body that will ensure that all parties are treated equally. We want to thank you for your contributions. You may now step forward and take a bow. Leader of the Senate. Next nominee. Next nominee.
Mr. President, very distinguished senators, may I move that we suspend the other items on the order paper for today, so that by the grace of God we can energetically resume
the confirmation hearing on the next legislative day. I so move. It will rule on that.
Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sitting as chair, distinguished colleagues. Mr. President, I rise to second the motion moved by Leader of the House that we suspend other matters on our order paper today and adjourn till tomorrow. I so second, Mr. President.
Leader of the Senate. A motion has been moved and seconded that this hallowed chamber do suspend the other items on the order paper to another legislative date. Those who are in support of this motion say aye. Those who are against say nay. The ayes have it. Leader of the Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I move that the Senate revert back to plenary for the chair to report progress. I so move.
Thank you, Mr. President. I second the motion ably moved by Leader of the Senate. I so second.
Distinguished colleagues, a motion has been moved and seconded that we revert to plenary for the chair to report progress. Those who are in support of this say aye. Those who are against say nay. The ayes have it. Are we still having strangers in the chambers? Nominees for appointments as ministers of the government of the Federation. The following nominees answered questions from distinguished senators on a number of topical issues. His Excellency Adeboye Ega Oyela, Osun State, am I right? Please, clerk, correct this. This is Oyetola, not Oyela. Oyetola. His Excellency Ibrahim Gaidam, Yobe State, Senator Aliu Sabi Abdullahi, Naija State, Senator Hennekin Lokwebri, Bayelsa State, Dr. Tunji Alausa, Lagos State, Senator Alkali Ahmed Said, Gombe State, His Excellency Simon Bako Lalong, Plateau State, His Excellency Atiku Bagudu, Kebbi State, His Excellency Bello Matawale, Zamfara State, Dr. Yusuf Tanko Sununu of Kebbi State, Zephaniah Gisalo of the FCT, Prince Shuaibu Abubakar Audu of Kogi State, and Abdullahi Tijani Mohammed Kwazo of Kano State. Thereafter, The Senate deferred approvals and confirmation to another legislative day. Is this a true reflection of what transpired in the Committee of the Whole? Having exhausted all the items on the order paper for today, this Senate is hereby adjourned to Saturday, the 5th day of August, 5th of August at 11 a.m. prompt for continuation of the confirmation hearings and screenings.
Are you going to bring to the table to make Nigeria earn money from tourism? Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. Nominee, that is the first major serious question. It asks you on the area of tourism, and if you are given the opportunity in the Ministry of Information, what will you do to improve the internally generated revenue of this country through tourism because of the various tourist sites across the country? I think you should start from that answer, then you now go down to the rest.
Thank you, distinguished President of the Senate. Thank you, distinguished senators. Actually, I was following the pattern of the questions very meticulously, and in my trade, I'm a writer and I'm a journalist. When we write with inspiration and conviction, but we build our thoughts before we write, so that the thoughts will be logical, will be sequential. And that's why, Mr. President,
Somebody touches
distinguished senators, actually the issue of tourism in Nigeria, with due deference to the opinion of the Senate President, has been very difficult. It is not difficult in my own estimated view at all, and in my considered opinion. And this I say with all sense of responsibility, given my modest global. We need to examine the factors that contribute to enhancing tourism in any milieu. What are those factors? The very first one is security. Adequate security. We cannot talk of any meaningful development of tourism without security. It is when there is security that the economic development flourishes. And tourism is a factor, if not a variable, of economic development. So holistically, security is a sine qua non for any kind of development in any sphere of a society. My distinct and the greatest or largest waterfall in West Africa. However, even for domestic tourists, there has to be peace of mind before you can decide to visit. Well,
you must be fed adequately, you must have a means of livelihood before tourism. Tourism is tertiary factor of economic development. It's not the primary for a human being. A human being who wants to go and visit the waterfall, who wants to go and watch animals, who wants to do tourism generally, see sites, historical sites, must have been a little bit fed. And there must be security of movement assured. Elsewhere in the world, where people gravitate for tourism, there is a modicum of security. When you know that your lives and properties are secured, then you can go and watch animals in the bush. You can go to the Masai Mara in Kenya, into the Games Reserve, and watch animals and sleep in the bush because there is a feeling of security. So, distinguished senators, the first thing we must attack in enhancing tourism is internal national security. There's no running away from it. Of course, there is the value chain, the multiplier effect. Therefore, it affects virtually every area of our endeavor in this country. There are other factors, but I just don't want to waste your time. The most important, in my considered view, is security. I will hesitate before going anywhere to engage in tourism if I do not feel safe. And you agree with me, in the last several years, we've not had the best feeling of security. However, now we are having it. Yes, sir.
We have noted your concern on security. But if you are appointed a Minister of Information, and then we collectively, because security belongs to all, and we put our house in order, and the nation is secured, what are the initiatives you bring forward to enhance tourism, assuming we also have done something about security, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. I did say that there are other factors, but that the most important, which is the foundation, that's why I hammered on it. Now, when that foundation is laid, and we all know that when you are even building construction, once your foundation is solid, the rest is putting the building blocks. Now, those other factors are the building blocks. For instance, we need to put infrastructure around those tourism sites. It is important for any tourist, whether local or foreign, to have access even to the tourism sites. Take Ikogosi in Ekiti, for instance. If there is no very good access roads, it will be difficult for us to attract any. And let me also say here, Mr. President, that no matter the amount of advertisement and publicity you wrap around any other venture, if the most important ingredient of success for that venture is not treated, the advert and publicity will be a waste. That is why, in my time, when our present governor was, present president was governor of Lagos State, I was his commissioner for information and strategy. And that is why we brought the issue of strategy into information management. It is not just information management per se. However, I'll come to that later. So if we are able to put in the right infrastructure, electricity, access roads, the personnel that will even service those tourism ventures, these are all important. And I'm sure I don't need to tell you that you've been all over the world to tourism sites. You've seen the courteous nature of the tourism personnel or the sites personnel. They need training. We have to bring training on board for all our tourism ventures and sites. We have to put in the infrastructure. Infrastructure is not just the roads. I also mentioned the electricity, even the structures, even those sites, the way we design the sites. There's one place in.
So, now, you have mentioned the things that need to be done for tourism to work. But you have not mentioned the initiatives that you are going to bring to bear, because you are not the one that will do the infrastructure. You will propose those things to the Federal Executive Council. Please attempt to answer the question of distinguished Senator Tambua and distinguished Senator Nengi, if you noted them down, so that we can now look at your colleagues, no, not your colleagues, we can look at your senators from Ekiti, Adaramodu, and the Senate leader, so that way, yes, I notice that if you notice the way I'm going, I would like a situation whereby we have a spread. So we have the same minority leader. Your protest is noted. Okay, so just answer the other questions from my colleagues. Distinguished Senator Nengi, Distinguished Senator Tambua. Why? Because if you notice, I attempted to go towards Ekiti, but most of the speeches coming from there are full of accolades instead of questions. So I'm more interested in those who have questions for him. He wants to answer questions. He wants to answer questions.
Mr. President, sir. Exactly. So I need to start from the beginning. Yes. You're talking to him. I want to address him. I don't know which ones they asked. Their names are not there. Check the phone. I don't know which one Bamboo asked. I just wrote the questions. Mr. Senate President, sir, I wrote down the questions. Yes, distinguished senators, the very first question by the senator from Niger State is on the national image of Nigeria, that what would we do differently if I happen to be in that ministry, and especially our foreign image and local image. Now, again, my answer is very simple. There is no foreign image that can be ever good that is not contingent on domestic policies anywhere in the world. However much we burnish our image, engaging public relations, practitioners and all that, is all money down the drain. I will not recommend that for Mr. President. What I will recommend for the President of this country is to concentrate on good governance within Nigeria. And once there is good governance within Nigeria, once our domestic policies are positive and responsive and responsible, the image of Nigeria will naturally shoot up. It's a kind of interrelated. So we are not going to embark on wasting money on burnishing image, polishing our image, when the domestic situation of Nigeria is nothing home to write about. So the first thing I would recommend is that our domestic policies must be right and must be people-oriented at all times. Thank you. On the second one is the social media regulation. Yes, there is some concern, not just here, but all over the world, but particularly in our own environment, about the pernicious nature of social media or effects. The social media has two sides. There whatever happens, you get it immediately, and then you can propagate your information widely at a very short time. And other things, you communicate faster with social media. However, the downside is so detrimental to good and decent society. What I will support is the strengthening of regulations. In my time as a journalist and as an editor for 10 years unbroken in this country, I discovered that there are laws that guide our conduct in every area of human endeavor. But the application of these laws have been short. In fact, even victims of libel cases, of aspersions, of defamation and all kinds of negative things in the media hesitate to also apply the law against the culprits. I have been on the editor's chair for several years, and the most important point to an editor is to avoid litigation, but the receiving public may not know it. But the public would not also seize the opportunity of applying the full weight of the law when there is infraction by any medium, whether social media or newspaper or online or electronic. So I will recommend a strengthening of our regulations and application of those regulations. It is not just to enact laws, but the laws must also be tested. It is from testing that we know the weight, the efficacy, proficiency, and efficiency of those regulations. So that's the first thing I would do about social media, strengthening of the laws and application of those regulations. And I will support anything that comes from these hallowed chambers to promote that course of action. If there are laws, if there are motions, bills in line with this, please be sure of our full cooperation. Value or reorientation of our society. That is very, very weighty. And I agree with the distinguished senator that asked that question. In the days gone by, when some of us were very young and we were toddlers, we used to say that, we say these days that Nigeria had seen it better, it was better in our days and all of that. But Nigeria hasn't changed in terms of geography, in terms of nomenclature. The sun still rises in the east and sets in the west. So what has gone wrong? It is the character of the inhabitants of the nation called Nigeria that has changed tremendously. And how it is the value system that has been desecrated by successful generations. I will not say the government, the legislature, judicial, no. It is us in totality as a society, as human beings, because when we say leadership, we are all leaders at various levels, either at government level, in the executive, legislature, judiciary, even at the state level, local government, even at family levels, which is the most important unit of a society, the family unit. There's always a leader in the family. How has that leader inculcated the right values down the throats of the children? This is where we must start value reorientation from. It is not just regulations and laws. No, it is the attitude we bring to bear on it. So I will support serious attitudinal change. And we are going to, if I find myself in office that is responsible for value reorientation, the first thing that we will face is attitudinal change from top to bottom. Everybody. Executive obedience to legislative oversight, which was asked by the distinguished senator there. I believe in the separation of powers. I did not take part in the struggle for democracy for several years for nothing. Now that we have had the democracy, we must guard it jealously. One of the bases of guarding democracy jealously is strict adherence to rule of law and therefore separation of powers. When the legislature is saddled with the power to oversight or to perform oversight functions, all the other arms of government must necessarily obey. So I do not see, and I cannot justify how anybody in the executive will disobey calls from the legislature, either to explain something or to rub minds or to even exhaustively discuss issues concerning all of us. I am a strict adherent to the rule of law and the observance of the separation of powers. I support that fully. To Tofa and Ugo's national honors that a distinguished senator also asked.
Let me invite the minority leadership to ask a question.
Mr. President, my name is Simon Watkon. I'm from Plateau State, and I represent Plateau North. Mr. Nominee, a lot of accolades have been showered on you, and from your CV, you have done incredibly well for Nigeria, especially the struggle for democracy. And I'm convinced virtually every senator here knows that. Seated as senators here, the issue of our political parties is secondary. We are senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I'm saying this because of the question I want to ask you. And therefore, any question coming from me should be taken that is coming from the Senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, not as a minority party senator. We all have equal status here. Like I did tell the Senate President, one day he may be seated here and I will be there. My question is that I heard you, sir. You said as a writer or as a journalist or an image maker, you speak out of inspiration and conviction. You don't just say anything. You must have the inspiration and you must have been convinced that what you are saying is the right thing. You've talked about the social media too. I've read on social media, sir, your statement concerning other political parties during the election. I read a statement where you labeled supporters of a particular presidential candidate as wild dogs, buying blood on social media. Have you come across that statement? Are you aware of it? Did you say that? If you didn't say that, no, excuse me, sir. Please, let me say that. I've not.
The minority leader, two things. Number one, you say one day that you will come and sit here. And then I will come and sit there. But you have forgotten that I sat there before I came here. That's number one. Then number two, to try and avoid campaign issues. Campaigns are over. We are now in governance. That is why once you pass through that door, you are coming into the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And you started well by pointing out that they are not asking questions on behalf of political party or on behalf of minority or majority. You are asking questions as a senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That means your questions must be nationalistic and not partisan. So, but because of the fact that you are a leader, the chair continues to protect you. So go on.
Thank you, Mr. President. Secondly, sir, we know that. Yes, I'm asking another question. I'm asking whether it is true or not. So he is the one to answer, sir. Yeah, second question. The second question, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Point of order.
Your mic. Oh.
Senator Muhammad Adamu Aleru is my name, representing Kebbi Central. Mr. President, Order 55, with your permission, I will read. When a senator is speaking, no senator may converse aloud or take any noise or make any noise or disturbance to interrupt him. Mr. President, there are so many interruptions, particularly from the other side. I want you to abstain this point of order so that there will be silence and decorum in the way you conduct the affairs of this chamber. Thank you.
The point of order is sustained. The leader of the Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Michael Okoyemi Bamidele, representing Ekiti Central. I have come under Order 12, Order 55 specifically, Order 12. And it's important that this is stated. No senator may interrupt another senator while speaking, unless, and that's my emphasis, unless 12A, to call attention to a point of order or privilege and suddenly arising. 2, to call attention to the want of a quorum. C, to call attention to the presence of stranger. D, to move a closure motion or to move that the business of the day be called on. Mr. President, the reason I also had to raise this point of order is that Order 55 from subsection 1 to 12 are clear as to the code, the mode of debate on the floor. And while a senator must be listened to in silence and no other senator must interrupt him, our order also, our rules have made arrangements or provisions for situations in which even a standing senator, a sitting senator, may be interrupted. That is stated in our rules. The issue at stake was that the minority leader was raising questions that bordered on campaign. This had happened several months ago. And if we are here as senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria screening ministerial nominees, we are not supposed to bring in issues that had come and gone. Political parties contest under tension. Thank you, sir. Yeah.
The leader of the Senate, your point of order is upheld. The civil senator, Darlington Wokocha, you are to make your contribution. Please go ahead and make your contribution because you addressed your hand. You have another question? You have another question? Or if you have another question, please go ask very quickly, because we have other nominees to take. Please ask quickly.
Mr. President, Mr. Nominee, sir, as somebody that will be the image maker if you are eventually appointed by Mr. President as Information Minister of this country, we know that out of patriotism, we are supposed to be conversant with our national anthem. Mr. President, if you allow me, I will ask the nominee to recite the second stanza of the national anthem. Thank you.
Yes, dismissed Senator Oga. Not point of order, your contribution. Just ask the question, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Senate President. And dear colleagues, my name remains Darlington Nwokocha. I represent the entire Nigeria, but Abia Central in particular. Mr. Nominee, I want to welcome you to the floor, but I want to make special reference to your resume. Page 5, item 5. Mr. President, may I read? The item 5 says that you introduced the first ever Bill of Freedom of Nigeria into the Lagos House of Assembly and went as far as conducting the first ever public hearing on the bill in Nigeria in 2005.
That is my dilemma for today.
But I want to make reference to a certain provision in the Constitution.
I don't watch all this one.
Which I want you to take recognition to recognize perfectly well. You have been in the media and information and communication space for decades.
Yeah, but I need to go to the other channel.
You may very well be familiar with Section 22 of 1999 Constitution as amended of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
There's an interview I need you to go and watch.
The press, the radio, television, and other agencies of the media shall at all times be free to hold government of the day to account for Nigeria people.
Break it down.
You
know?
We all witness how state authorities start some media organizations in the last administration.
So that we won't be talking over them.
How would the press freedom?
So for those of us who are listening, this is
18 years ago what you did. They guarantee.
This is Naija Palava on Okpiton TV. We are actually about to switch off to Okpiton Global Media to do a world news. Okpiton Global Media is a different channel, but we will let you watch and enjoy this particular proceeding. This is the proceeding of Wednesday, I believe. This is for Wednesday. And this is for Thursday. That's yesterday.
Mr. President.
Wait, J-Boy, there's no sitting on Thursday. Yeah, this is for Wednesday. So this proceeding was on Wednesday when the Senate was actually questioning Alake. So we will continue for the meantime as soon as you keep enjoying it. But we can switch off anytime. We just letting you know. This is Okpiton TV, and you can join us tomorrow at 11 a.m. Nigerian time.
Must confine his observations.
That will be exactly 6 a.m. U.S. time. We bring to you news from around the world, but most importantly from Nigeria. Celebrity news, political news, things as it's happening, breaking news especially. But let me get you acquainted to one of our very, very, very important daily show, which is Naija Palava. Naija Palava is a forum where we discuss different issues coming up in Nigeria with Sala Blue, me, myself, and J-Boy Forum. J-Boy Forum will be joining with Mr. Alabi Sunday. Now, Naija Palava is a forum that entertains ideas, and even you viewers can come into the studio virtually and join the conversation. You can always join us and submit your forum. Most importantly, I will let you know that Naija Palava allows you to be able to discuss freely in whatever language you feel comfortable. Okay, especially if you want to break it down in Pidgin English. No yawa for that one. For this particular program, you feel and Pidgin English, or you feel yan broken English. As long as you feel talk and express yourself, everybody feel understand you now. No wahala. We don't get any problem for that. So. But I will let you know very soon. We're gonna switch off and switch on to our global media in order to see other world view. A lot of things happening in the US, Ukraine, and Russia, and we have other channels to be able to serve. And right now, we are still at the infant stage in this company, and that is why we cannot simultaneously continue the two channels side by side. But hopefully, we are putting things in order so that by a matter of a week or two, we'll be able to simultaneously run different channels concurrently with each other.
Mr. President,
and at the same time on Okuton TV itself, we'll be able to run different live shows concurrently side by side. And then you can join any one of these that you feel like. Don't forget to subscribe. Don't forget to hit the notification bell. Please don't forget to always join our shows. You can go and view all our videos, and we have interesting videos, especially from Sala Blue Comedy News.
Mr. President,
our kids show, and other shows like food competition that we run from Nigeria. Okuton TV is located in New York as HQ. And then we have offices also in Nigeria, actually in Lagos, Nigeria. One of our crew members in Nigeria that is spearheading Nigerian area is on the show right now, waiting for me to be able to switch. And we thank you for watching, and we really appreciate you joining us all day. As we will be signing out of this particular channel, you can join us on Okuton Global Media. It's our sister channel that is having a focus on world view. Really appreciate your time with us.
You say something, then he will answer so that we can go on to the next nominee.
Thank you, Mr. President. David Jim Kuta, representing the good people of